Like, you know, the other day it started off good. What's his Smith came up. I don't have a problem with W. Truthfully, I don't have a problem with anybody. People seem to have problems with me. You know, it would be nice if people would talk to me about it. But yeah, I joke about Jesus, and you know, but I just don't look at these books as anything to worship. There's good wisdom or there's good information in them, but the information is used wrong. In my opinion, like we were talking about, you know, who was here. What's up in the group? And the group is here. And, like, even to this day, like, once in a while I pop into this church that donates to the community. And to this day, man, they still just, it's revelations, man, all the way. They love speaking on and I used to love revelations myself, to tell you the truth. Then one day I had an epiphany and I said, man, what is all these people got to do, right? The earth. Sad to see.
All right, we're going to check in here on Paul. He's live, and it just so happens that Smith was being brought up by Charles, and he's now on Paul's channel. So we're going to switch over here for a moment, folks.
I'm not going to ramble. Smith is here now. Greetings, Smith Creature. How are you?
What up, man? I just want to say you're nothing like Hank. You said retarded people like myself, and you're nothing like Hank.
I can't, again, everyone on here will say it's everyone else, not me. I could say that, but I'm not going to. I'm going radically the other way. I go, I am Jack Talcott because I see similarities and overlays in personality in the past and disorder. You know, and I am Hank on some level because the whole system and seemingly everyone in my life up to a certain point invalidated me and would just make a judgment on me at first hand that there was something wrong with me and that I had some syndrome and I must be mentally ill and I'm retarded. You know, it's like I dared to ask questions and think outside the box and say things that were unpopular and politically incorrect.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Later, what it was.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. I just said I do that all the time. It's like I said, months ago. It's no measure of good.
You're not helping Smith at all with this diagnosis of self because I deem you to be mentally, emotionally, and spiritually ill at times.
Well, then that must be a self-criticism because all criticism is self-criticism.
You see?
Huh?
You see? You're right.
I see. So stop passing judgment, bro.
It's not judgment. I'm reflecting.
That's right. Up or out, and I'm not down here hating on you.
I didn't do that for you.
Let's have some growth.
I didn't do that for you.
I don't know what ego is today. I don't know what it is. But I don't know.
It was me. I did it. I'm sorry. I'm backing off this. This never goes well for me.
Please do.
No one ever likes this aspect of me. I'm going to get more polite and nice. I didn't do the up or out for you, Smith. I didn't do it for you. I did it for Wizard because he's acting like a woman now. And I don't just mean that he's a bitch. I mean, he actually has called himself a woman's name and has an alternate account pretending to be a woman.
We got 40 there.
And then he just shows up 5 minutes later and goes, greetings, slaves. And I go, Wizard, you still have never accounted for, atoned for, or been real about what's gone on. You've also talked shit other places. Then when I show up, you two-faced. And then you come here every day, but I tell you come up or out, and you're too scared to get in my fucking presence and carry on the way we did for years before you got something up your ass. right? So he thinks there's going to be some long game here, like all the little broken children do with daddy, where they're just going to think that daddy forgets. I'm not forgetting. We're not forgetting. Forgiveness is available, brothers and sisters. I'm not forgetting.
But
You know,
forgiveness is
that's
not.
the thing. You guys are not going to do this with me, what you won't do anywhere else in your life, because you're a coward and you're going to try to do it with me. That's why I'm your daddy. Oh, if I just wait long enough and forget what happened, and because he's peaceful and forgiving and loving, he'll just let it ride, and I'll never have to take accountability in my life. No, that's been your undoing. I'm not letting you get away with that for you. Right? So this is not about my hate or vendetta. This is not about a need for you to submit. This is about, obviously, you've not learned from certain interactions in your life, and most people in your life, you either cut off or they cut you off, or, you know, you just live without any reconciliation or accountability or responsibility, right? And that fits the profile and the thematic, because you, like Jack Talcott and others, have little to nothing, yet you claim to make millions of dollars over a lifetime. That means you squandered your resources some way, somehow. And you never give us an answer on any of this stuff. So again, we can't ever trust you guys completely, because we don't know what the story is. Did you ever really work? Were you ever really a professional? Are you just a Bernie Sanders wannabe, right? Where you like, come on here and tell us all about policy and code and God and all the rest of it, but we don't know who you are behind the scenes, what you do, what you have, what you've created, what you've squandered. And then the more you guys talk and hang around, the more we start to realize this is it. This is what it really is. You know, you guys don't really want to apply yourselves to anything. You don't want to get really real with yourself and others about what the world is going to entail for you, life on life's terms. I get it, dude. I was guy number one for it. You know, I wanted to smoke dope into my mid and late 20s. You know, even at some point, you know, it's like being honest. You know, I want to work as little as possible, if at all. You know, I thought that there was just going to be some fucking mechanism that I wanted to hang my hopes on, that something's just going to drop off a light for me in my lap. And then one day I woke the fuck up and realized, oh, part of being a man is you got to create yourself in the life you live. And you got to do it over and over again till eventually something does show up. Maybe it doesn't show up. That's part of being a man. You know, we're not here to just bum around and lie around and do nothing all day, every day, bullshit online. And then when people call us on, hey, what are you doing over here? What have you done over there? What are your options here? Oh, well, you're being mean. You're being judgmental. Stop it. That's not what men do. That's not what business partners do. That's not what folks in fellowship do. That's not what NAAA folks do in sponsorship. So when are we going to stop making me the bad guy and the meanie online for doing online fellowship, sponsorship, accountability sessions, where we go, who and what have we been as men? How have we fallen short? And who and what can we be and do in order to be and have greater and do greater in various ways? Does that not seem like a fucking constructive and productive conversation to have almost constantly, including how are you going to be financially free?
I agree with that. Yeah, no. So I didn't come up here to cupcake with you. I didn't come up here to argue with you either. I liked the video you were playing there. It's like you're accurate with it. And, you know, I've gone at you in the past and said, you know, let's not deify and demonize the police. But yeah, when they're in the wrong, fucking call that shit out. Fucking
yeah, it's not about deifying or demonizing police. These are individual men and women who are living in collectivism. So they're like a horde or a Borg, right? And I'm just calling out the consciousness of the horde and the Borg and the collectivism, and it happens to apply to a lot of individuals because they're born into it and they become of it. You know, they're a replication, emulation of it. Give me the breakdown, Smith. I know you got constant number breakdowns, and I'm like, I at first in this, I thought it was like a little wacky and crazy, and then I kind of get endeared to it, and then I kind of like get excited to see the connections you make and where it all goes. So I've come full circle with it. I've done a 180. Now I rather enjoy it. As long as, you know, we can control it and direct it, you're not going to do an Illuma tranny on me or a snafu and just start running away with it for an hour. You know, I'm open to it, man. I think it's interesting and it's exciting what you put together there. And if nothing else, it's entertaining. Even if we can't deduce any day-to-day habitual value from it, I think it has entertainment value to make folks think or question, or to just go, wow, what is that? But go ahead. That's my intro for you to do what you do best that I know you for.
So you got Back to the Future. If you break it into two words, it's few and then cure, T-U-R-E. T-U-R-E means to carry on, like a departure, because few will carry on, few will depart. I'm not talking a rapture because I don't believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. We did have Morgan Spurlock died today. He died 7-3-2-2, like 3-2-2.
The guy with the hamburgers?
Yeah, supersize me because America's fat and weak. He died 7-3-2-2 days after the release of Supersize Me. You know what I mean? Let me keep going here. And I'm not, you know, I don't need to fucking go forever, but he was born November 7th, like the day that Magic announced something. From Klaus Schwab's birth to his birth, 11911 days. On 11-9-11, Obama stood at ground zero and he proclaimed himself to be the exalted one, saying he will be exalted in the earth, Psalm 46. On the day Oprah premiered her first show, she was 11911 days old. They're both from Chicago. Chicago is Chi or X. X marks the spot. Yes, it was the eclipse. It marks a spot in time. It didn't mean it was the end of the world. I never told anybody the eclipse was the end of the world. The eclipse is an iris in the sky. Iris in Greek is rainbow. It's the reign of BO. If people can't see what that means and what Obama is about with Big Mike, you gotta fucking open your eyes, people. It's degeneracy. That's what it is. It's Ellen degeneracy. But what you're talking about QE, it's QE trust the plan, because they're just going to keep those money printers going and then the plan was to destroy America. It's the blueprint, blue, because they're the blue party. They're not happy, even though they've turned happy into gay. Gay didn't used to mean that. It used to mean happy. Democrat, because demo means to destroy. But both sides are destroying the country. The point I'm pointing out when I talk to people online is Trump is not our savior. There's one person that's here that is eventually, he's not here right now, but he will save the world, and it's not any man on this earth. It's not
let me guess. It's not Mahatma Gandhi.
No,
it's not the spirit of John Lennon. It's Jesus. It's Jesus Christ.
It's Jesus Christ. Will someday save the world. Has the Bible been altered? It has. And the biggest proof of that is John 3:16. For he so loved the world that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish. Now look that verse.
Now this guy's going to come like through the sky. He's just going to fly down with fire around him like one of those.
I'm almost done, man.
I'm giving you the floor. I'm just stopping you to ask questions.
It's okay. So
I need clarity. Is this man going to come out of the sky with flames around him? How is he going to come, bro?
Well, like I said, I think the Bible's been altered, but shall not perish. Shall not is a definite article, meaning will not perish. But if you look at it now in any Bible, my mom bought me an 1850 Bible, and it says should not perish. That's not what it used to say. Satan has blinded the people of this world so that they shall not see the truth. 2 Corinthians 4:4. He has blinded them. Can you not see? It's the Nazis. They were given jobs at NASA. So that's it. You know,
you're saying, okay, so you, in pure truth or conspiratard fashion, and I'm not being insulting, it's just, do you notice how it has to be a negative event? Like it never, in Aristotelian logic, these folks never take the position of, hey, maybe God is actually rewriting these Bibles somehow metaphysically to prove that the word of God is not necessarily in the Bible, but it's a relationship you have with a spiritual sort of experience, right? It's like you guys go right to, this has to be the result of Klaus Schwab opening the CERN portal and bringing in the little demons who are now metaphysically rewriting the Bible. Like, why can't it be proof of God once and for all by it altering the Bible that you all say is the word of God? That isn't. It's an interpretation of an experience of God from men.
But why can't it be going back to the future and they have altered the Bible, but there are still multiple parts that are intact, and then you look at the parts and they're like, that's disgusting, and it's like, I wonder why that's changed. I wonder why John 3:16, anybody who's a true Christian who's, you know, and I didn't go to a lot of Bible school, but I did go from about the time I was 5 to the time I was about 6. I went to Awana camp 3 nights a week. It was shall not perish. I'm not debating anybody on it. It was shall not perish. Now it says should not. You got to question that. You got to question it, because it was a pandemic, and Pan is the god of child love, and Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. Muhammad did. You look at the Shrine of Satan statue, goat-headed. Goat-headed. Both genders. You look at Islam, they say that Satan has both genders. Everybody just wants to hate on Christianity. I'm a terrible Christian. And just a shout out to Tommy real quick, and I don't like a lot of stuff he does, no shade at him, but Christians, they fall back. I'm not, like, I'll never be perfect. I will never be good enough for God, but I hope to be someday.
Smith, you are aware that, like, at least one of the understandings of those pictographs, which is the goat, you know, doing the same pose that they show the Jesus Christ figure doing, just like as above, so below.
Okay, but don't they also purposely make the Jesus Christ figure blonde hair, blue eyes?
You didn't let me finish. You're presuming that there's some objective devil sort of arrangement with this Baphomet supposed symbology, and just because it's been turned into that or corrupted into that or used as a figure or symbol for a certain group or organizations doesn't necessarily mean the symbol is inherently bad or evil. It's a communication of an idea.
Real quick,
the merger between spirit and flesh, the animal and the angel, as above, so below, as within, so without. Masculine and feminine merger. Left and right brain, mind and heart. These are pictographs to communicate an experience of transcendence.
Before I lose my train of thought, I'm sorry. Goat-headed Shrine of Satan statue. Muhammad comes from the word Baphomet. It's not debatable. Look it up yourself. Baphomet is the Shrine of Satan statue that's both genders. Islam says Satan is both genders. He has a whatever on one leg and a whatever on the other.
Yeah,
leg.
what would you call someone like myself? I am the living embodiment. Now I'm going to really trigger here and cause you to question yourself and your ideology. I am the living embodiment of the Baphomet in what its pictograph is meant to communicate. The merger of mind and heart, the animal beingness reconciled with the angelic conscience, right? Directed toward some co-creative endeavor.
What about
So
the
this is the
caduceus on-
unification of
the caduceus
masculine
on
and
the
feminine,
stomach?
which is heart-based care and the action space to create and do something different. If you're not a sheep in this life and you're led to the slaughter, well, then what does that make you? A goat. And that's why it's goat-headed. And the goat has horns because the goat is not like the sheep who just go along to get along and are misled to the slaughter.
Exactly. So what about the caduceus on the stomach? What about the goat in pro sports? It's all about the goat, the greatest of all time.
Again, dude, they've taken a.
You're not listening, though.
It's like saying, okay, I'm going to give you the analogy. What are the pictographs used that the Bloods and Crips used? Did they create them? Do they even know what they mean? No. They took pictographs from somewhere else and used them for their gang ideology. You could argue that maybe there's a network of folks who are reining this all in and using it for branding and stamping. But what does the pictograph and the experience it's meant to communicate have to do with a bunch of lowlives using the symbology as a talisman to declare who and what they are? They've corrupted it and co-opted it.
Exactly. And I do know that they say the world is run by signs and symbols. It's
bro, it's just about a way of seeing the world. I could equally turn around and tell you that, in a sense, I'm a sheep because I'm not the shepherd. If there's something indwelling in me that leads, guides, protects, and reveals over time, which I've become aware of, then there's an indwelling or external shepherd, in which case I'd have to be a sheep at that point. I don't rebel from that force. It's really just about like worldly or spiritual perspective. And I can argue from either side the value of the experience for what it creates as a whole, right? The problem becomes when you reconcile the animal and the angel in conscience and you think that you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with no consequences, right? Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the... Yeah, I know, Smith. So I'm not a person here contending do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, but you have to have enough will and courage to go past your fear to at least do the will, and also to not dishonor your nature as an earthly creation with an animal component, right? That animal component may be necessary at some points. You can't disregard or dishonor it. You know, attempts to domesticate and civilize and sophisticate the experience of being a human have caused this fucking softening and this slavery, you could argue. So there's a fine line, middle ground between the yin and the yang, man. It's there for a reason.
I agree with that. So if you go, I don't even know where I was going, but the eclipse meant nothing. But it was the day that Aleister Crowley talked to his highest demon spirit. It was what's his name? Buddha's birthday, because he thinks he's the Most High, meaning Satan, and Buddha is from the Most High place in the world. What else was on 4/8? It was the Final Four. The Final Four. Does that make sense? People laugh at me when I say it's the end of days. I don't mean like the last couple 17 days right here. I mean it's the end of days. Does that make sense? That makes sense.
I have a hard time following.
I don't know. I mean, did they have the technology back in 1940 to track and trace everyone? They didn't. They didn't.
Smith,
were they chemically castrating people back in the 1940s? No, they weren't.
I don't presume to know what any of these folks have been doing. As far as I'm concerned, they've been doing this garbage.
They didn't have the technology or the ability to chemically and surgically castrate people back in the 1940s. They didn't. They didn't have it in the 60s. They didn't have it. You name whoever, Vladimir Putin, whoever. In the year 70 was when no, it didn't. They weren't castrating people back then. They're doing it right now. They're destroying God's creation.
Many have become eunuchs for the kingdom of God, Smith. It says that in your scripture.
But changing 2,000
years ago, they were cutting their genitals off, claiming to be one with God.
But were they changing their genders or becoming eunuchs? Were they cutting their genitals off and taking things to grow boobs? No, they weren't. They were becoming eunuchs, and I do understand, because it's like I just was on an earlier channel. I don't even name it. And he was saying that spirituality is sexy. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's the opposite of that.
Apparently, it's very unsexy. My DM inbox is pretty much empty.
Your what is?
My DM, my inbox. Right? Very unsexy.
Yeah, the truth is not sexy.
This ain't the Slow State channel. Ain't no ladies, man. It ain't sexy. Far from it.
Sorry, bro. I'm
We're basically Shrek on the outskirts of town. Peanut Power, I can't bring you up because it says device is not connected. Let's get to some more of the docket here, Smith Preachers. Hang out, man. Hang out, pop in and out, give some commentary. You got some more number breakdowns, I'm all for it. ID refusal, USBP, Border Patrol, federal agent, check citizenship at U.S. Border Patrol. Apparently it's a refusal. So we've been doing that lately. Let's check it out. See what the contrary to popular belief is.
Where do you think you are now, dumbass?
But anyway, what's up, Maggot? Kimba. 7-headed dragons. I was gonna say something else, but I'll chill today. 7-headed dragons and the triple phallus. Alright, power plants. I mean, plant power. If anyone wants to come up, I think I dropped the link. I think. Yeah. So, let's see how interesting this starts off. The realm of plants provides everything our body needs for a balanced and integrated existence. However, we are more than just a body. We also have consciousness, which brings other factors onto the stage. We not only have to take our animal body into consideration, but also our mind, our emotions, our spiritual nature. Harmony is no longer simply a matter of right diet or even right herbs, but also a matter of right feelings, right thoughts, lifestyle actions, attunement, harmony of right relationship to our world. And that was by David Hoffman, a holistic herbalist. It says witches have nearly always had a sinister reputation. Of course, I think that's done purposely. A lot of things I think is labeled sinister is to keep the simple minds from looking into it. Like I always say, fear controls the weak-minded. On a whole, witches have nearly always had a sinister reputation, which on a whole, they have not deserved. In early times, their knowledge of healing, psychological counseling, far-seeing, and veterinary medicine was unrivaled. Is that even a word? Unrevolved in country districts. Often the wise women was also the midwife, and probably it was also she who laid out the dead before the burial. All right, Dane, have fun. So she had knowledge of bringing forth into life. Tell London to actually come through here one time in his life. You don't even come through no more. It's like he forgot who his friends used to be. Anyway, so she had knowledge of bringing forth into life and saying a respectful farewell to the departed. Her healing arts would have been shared, certainly by the cunning man, who rather than dealing with childbirth in people, was probably the expert with animals, helping calves and foals, what the hell's a foal, and lambs into the world. His skill with cattle and horses, what does that have to do with plants? Let's see. Anyway, let's see what happens. His skill with cattle and horses would be similar to that skill attributed to the gypsies, even in the modern world. In that, he could control wild-natured bulls or unbroken stallions just by a look, or the use of horseman's secret word, or traditional sense, which calm a savage beast. Because of their shared knowledge of herbs, some of which heal, some of which can bring sleep or trance or death, they would have been feared. It was this fear in the common people, sometimes a feeling of envy among the church fathers in the Middle Ages, in whose power normally rested the skills of healing and magical techniques, that was the cause of distrust from the church, which eventually led to persecution. Yeah, because all their illusions fell apart. When many of the modern drugs were known only in their potent herbal form, such knowledge was power, and it might often have been the case that if several ill or injured person could not be helped, he would receive a dose of one of the deadly extracts from a poisonous plant and gain rest in that way. If the wise women were able to assist newborn babies safely into the world, even sometimes at the cost of the mother's life, and ease the passing of the old or dying, so they held sway over both ends of human existence. But the church saw this function as one of their God alone. However, the common folk would more readily have turned to the local bone setter to have their dislocations or broken bones aligned and splintered and see what the monks or nuns could do. Much of the ancient plant lore is being re-examined as a result of fears about losses of tree cover, not only in the Amazon jungles, but in parts of Europe, America, and Australia. Those people who lived in harmony with the plants would be well aware of their special properties to heal, to bring visions, to flavor food, to provide raw materials for making rope, clothes, or shelter. They would know which would provide colored dye stuffs, or clean septic wounds or animal bites, which would ward off flying insects or moths, clothes, or freshen the atmosphere inside their homes. Some were simply nourishing for the body, others fed the spirit or awakened inner vision. That's what I need. Some brought a swift and painless death and easier childbirth, deep sleep or enhanced wakefulness, just as many modern drugs can do. Natural herbal preparations, however, often produce the desired result without any of the harmful side effects so prevalent with modern pharmaceuticals. It is not possible to look at the whole matter of traditional herbal medicine here, nor is it wise to start playing about with medicinal plants without receiving proper training first. Certainly you can grow a few herbs for the pot. Yeah, that good old pot. Learn to make natural fruit flower wines and use scented oils in small doses to perfume your room or bath, or as massage oils. As long as you are careful. But beyond that, you do need proper instruction, and not just a weekend class on herbalism for the town dweller. Do get yourself some good illustrated books on common trees, plants, and herbs, and go out and learn to recognize. It's useful in cases cornless if you happen to have a glut of cult suppliers for yourself. Quite easy. The library or a decent-sized bookshop. That was interesting.
That's the magic of life, or the beauty about the thing that we think that's happening outside of us is actually happening in our minds.
Inside. Water.
You didn't get left out of nothing. In fact, you were the center of attention. It's like everything revolves around you.
Oceans exist without
For nothing. For real.
the symbol or AB.
The spaceship. But until that's
I want to know what Dom mentioned. Are there many emotions with just one source? For his view on that one. For his.
Hey guys. I guess to expand it, water is energy motion, air is energy motion, cloud is energy motion. Now, if somebody sees a body of water like a river, that's its source. And what other energies are moving it? Air. Where's the source of the wind? I get most people are talking about good emotions, anger, sadness, happiness. Once again, you're expressing them, but where do they reside? Just because it acts itself out in the physical, where is it?
Could the wind be from electromagnetic energy?
Could be. It could be. Again, we're going to use no language to try to describe your charge, but yeah, we can use other words to describe it. Anything to shake up the program. So again, it's not this either or. You know, just because we have two parts, 2 hands, 2 feet, it'll give you the half full, half empty, but it's actually many parts. But again, that can be the illusion. It could be coming off from one source. It's like the mental mind and the emotion could be the same thing, maybe. But again, when people use the word energy and motion, we're talking about, you know, expressing certain ones, opposed to there's energy always around you. And then it's some people might call it manipulation, where you have air and water and then you put a scent in it. That's another form of energy and motion. Different frequencies will do different things. If people
energy, energy and emotion, you know, is not the same as manipulation, because energy and emotion can be manipulated. So manipulation cannot manipulate manipulation.
If you want, now you can use altered.
Right, I agree with that, with the altar. But I'm just saying, you know, it's something different from energy and emotion. Now, emotion is another form of energy, right? Which is when the energy, you know, the energy become emotion when it's, you know, when it's being put in motion. But in order for it to be put in motion, there gotta be a force applied, right?
Okay. You know, again, you could be standing in a position, you can have a train above you, those over on one side, an airplane above that. Those are different energies in motion. Can there be manipulation if all of a sudden I bring in a flute? Again, I'm just using words. As the observer of those things, you realize you might be able to gauge them and so to entertain the senses. So somebody might turn around and say, okay, I hear the music that's being played while there's a train beside me or above me, manipulation going on. When we add on to something, I'm using the word manipulation. You know, we manipulate plants, we manipulate ourselves, our thoughts are manipulations. A form of it anyway, when we're in the form. If we did see all the energies for what they are, maybe it'll be a different form of manipulation. We'll see auras, colors.
I mean, yeah, there is already many forms of manipulation, right? In different ways. People can force you to do something or can push you to do something. It's not just one way. You know, people
not
can
people, not people. You can. I can receive energy and information on various levels now.
Well, let's
Not
say
just
me.
one.
Yeah, let's say me. It's many ways, you know, that actually, you know, manipulate somebody to push them to do something, and pushing them to do something. You know, it could be a kind way, you know, what we call love, or it could be, you know, hate, you know, or it could be some type of motivation, you know, it could be some type of whatever, you know. But that's that going to get, you know, that person, you know, that's going to get the person, you know, to move. That's going to push the person to move in a certain direction. And I'm saying that's what, you know, manipulation is. That it's a force that that pushes energy into certain direction.
Manipulation is a force you surrender to, sometimes by will, sometimes not by your free will. It all depends on your constitution and stamina mentally.
Well, it is
What's
by
up,
will.
Axis? Good to see you here.
It is by will.
Temporary.
It's the will. Is the will that's turning the energy in the direction that you know, that is. So the you know, the manipulation itself is the will. You know, the will to manipulate. You know, so the manipulation itself is what turning the, you know, the energy into the direction, which is the will.
People wake up every day with intent. You know that? And you will exploit the day with your intent. And those that buy into your intent will either do so willingly or unwillingly, or will be dismissive of you completely. It's all about you. It's what you're projecting. Your intent. If you woke up in the day without any intent, you would have no form of functioning meaning to your life whatsoever, other than breathing and existing till you died. What's your intent for today? Passing information, explaining information, understanding information. I'm just asking Clay, I'm curious.
What was the question?
Your intent. You woke up with an intent today. People wake up with an intent. Everyone wakes up with an intent. Intent. That intent is a type of forced projection for the day. People will either buy into it, be manipulated by it, or will not feed on it at all, will be dismissive of it. When you woke up today, what was your intent?
Well, I don't, you know, I create, you know, enchanting. you know, for real, for real. So I don't just wake up with an intent, you know, I create that, I manifest that, you know. So it's just gonna, you know, I'm just going to be, you know, conscious of it and just going to act on it, right?
So you wake up with the intent to create.
To create, that's a fact, because you know, I mean, you know, my
Yeah,
creative.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not here to argue. I'm just asking questions.
Nah, I know, having a disagreement. I'm just basically saying, you know, that you're right. You know, I wake up, you know, with the, you know, intent to create, with, you know, that I create, you know, I created it, you know.
Okay, and
So
there's how many supposed of us on this plane of existence? Almost 8 billion, 8.1 billion. So they say. They say,
I,
not me.
I wake up to create my poetry. I just try and stay balanced, not
yeah,
waste my
but
energy on nonsense.
you can wake up, you know, with a, you know, with a intent, you know, to create destruction, you know.
They do, some do.
Right. So, you know, everything,
Sometimes
you know,
destruction is needed.
yeah.
Yeah.
So everything, you know, is really being created, which is just appearing out of thin air. Things just appearing out of thin air, you know. So whether
No.
it's
That
destruction,
Formulas do not regulate themselves by structure. A structured formula is a cohesive formula. That means
right?
it's
The
going to have
formula is the
cohesive
ones right there.
nature.
what's a
It's
cohesive formula?
a
What's
cohesive
cohesive?
formula. Cohesive formula of 1 + 1 = 2 if you're working with whole numbers. If you're working with fractals, then one could be 4 parts, the other one could be 4 parts. Therefore, you have 8 parts of 2 units. That's still cohesive. Incohesive is 2 and 1 making 5. You're going to have to fractalize something for it to make sense.
Yeah, but that's only looking at it in a mathematical way. You know, the ultimate formula, the ultimate cohesive formula is you, because
You
you know,
are mathematics.
well, you know, a part of you, you know, mathematics is a language. So I'm not just a language. You know, I speak
No,
languages.
you're just a language. You are a language of creation. You were spoken to creation. Therefore, there was a vibration and a frequency, a type of language that spoke you into existence as you know it. As you know it. There are so many bounds beyond that. The last few live streams I've done, I was working with aspects of self. I receive energy and information from multiple points at once now instead of one.
Well, you can't speak to something that's not in existence. So we speak into existence. We speak, you know, we speak not into existence. We speak to things that's you know, that's in existence, that's already exists. We don't
Yeah,
speak
you
into
can't create anything outside of what's already been created. You cannot add to X because you're not capable of speaking that language.
No, I am adding the X. I'm the, you know, I'm the add-on. I'm the add-on. I'm the one that's being added, you know, to the spirit and the soul, which is the body.
So you're offering something that no one has ever heard, no one has ever conceived, or no one has ever brought into this construct. Because that's profound if you are.
That we call the matrix, yes.
And you're capable of creating something that has not been created and bringing it into this realm of existence.
Well, we already admitted that energy can't be created nor destroyed. Right?
I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from, man.
Right. So I could bring something, you know, into this world, you know, that we call the matrix, that's not, you know, that's never been brought into it.
So I find that hard to believe when you're only the sum and total of learned experiences from your birth to this point, and maybe potentially influenced by other lives that you had led prior to this one as residual soul memories. But I don't believe that you yourself are capable of creating anything beyond that which has already been created, manifested, designed,
We're
and
just
developed.
mimicking it or altering it.
Yep.
Well, again, if you're going to go with what I'm saying, that, you know, energy cannot be created or destroyed, and from that, I'm done with creation or creative things, right? It's just a way of describing, you know, things.
Okay,
right?
I'm about to
So
throw
I'm
you for a
saying,
loop.
so I'm saying
You
I'm
ready?
putting that away. I'm putting that way of describing things, to say what I mean, like literally mean what I'm saying, that
All you're doing is
the
manipulating information.
The matrix is not, well, again, if you're going to say that's a force, I'm applying a force, okay, I guess. But again, the matrix is not being introduced to everything. The matrix is not being introduced to infinity. Infinity is not a known factor in the matrix.
But it's a provable fact. I can prove
Is what?
infinity. It's a provable fact. You ever seen a
It's not.
circle?
That's a circle.
You ever seen a circle?
Yes.
Where's it start and where's it stop?
It start from the beginning.
It's a circle.
No, that's
Yes,
not the circle yet. That's you starting to draw the circle.
No, the circle
circle
starts
is
from
infinite.
The circle starts from the beginning and end. Then it ends from the beginning to the end.
So you're telling me when they punch a ring out of a mold, that ring has a beginning and an end?
Hey, what's good, y'all? Oh shit. Just want to salute Naga. He's got the fresh pick there. This is no hate on Charles Watts, bro. When you see this, though, of course, I'm gonna have criticisms for the axis of evil, Rat Blood himself. Come on, bro. This shit's very entertaining. We're about to hear Axis Rat Blood go on with his YouTube philosophizing, gaslighting, and his narcissistic personality. Going back and forth with Naga, I like what Naga has to offer, but I tell you, it gets cringier and cringier with Rat Blood here. So let's continue, y'all.
They do what?
When they punch a ring that you wear on your finger out of a mold, they started from a beginning point to an end point.
That's a fact. Everything in
no,
the
it's not. They pour the mold.
No,
it goes from the bottom
in the
up
matrix,
equally.
Everything in the matrix has a beginning and an end.
It's a.
Yeah, he didn't say the mold. He's talking about the ring that's being stamped out.
It's okay, Charles. He's learning. He'll get there someday. I just was curious as to where.
I'm not. I'm keeping up with you. The mold of the ring had to start.
Yeah, Axis Rat Blood, you be doing some creepy shit out here, bro. You can come and act like you're gonna have intelligent, cordial conversations with people, man. The real ones know what type of shit you get up to behind the scenes on some real weirdo shit. Y'all motherfuckers twice my age, y'all live on the internet, and y'all live in hate and bitterness to the extent that you do some strange shit to people. A lot of people don't know the type of shit that Axis Rat Blood is really doing. He comes on here and says he's influencing the field. He's sending you hate frequencies and shit. I mean, it's hard to take him serious, but at the same time, I know there's people out here really making sigils, really putting their hate and intention into things. And they'll come on, they'll act cupcaking, be all nice. Y'all motherfuckers gotta see the real. Y'all gotta see what these people are really on. And sometimes people aren't there for the lore. These are some smaller panels at times. We don't have to name drop. If you know, you know.
Start and end. So the mold become a formula for the ring.
But I'm talking the ring. The ring itself was not built from a starting point to an end point. The ring was poured into a mold, just like you were spoken to existence.
Yes, the pouring point is the start. You got to start pouring at one point. You didn't just like pour all over, right? Did you?
It starts from the surface up, but it's actually spherical. Whenever you think of a circle, you've got to go outside of the realms of dimensional.
No, I'm saying is that the point that you start to pour into the mold is where the ring starts. It's the same point where the ring starts.
You're trying to manipulate me into believing that what you're saying is true when I know that when I take the ring off my finger, that it has no beginning, it has no end. There is no point on there where I see weld marks. There is no point on there where I can identify where my ring started and stopped.
Exactly, because you ain't the one that created the ring. So how are you going to know the beginning of the and the end?
Precisely what I was saying. There is no beginning and no end. So you're not adding to or taking away.
You just don't know it because you weren't the one create, bring forth that ring into existence. So you don't know it. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have it.
So whenever creation itself goes through cycles of decay and renewal, death and rebirth, without you and without human intervention, this has a beginning and an end, and you can prove it.
You say if there was a beginning of an end of what?
The cycle of life, that which perpetuates birth, death, winter, summer, fall, spring, all these cycles, without you, without any human intervention, continues forward. And you're saying it has a beginning and an end.
Yes.
So you're the one that created it?
Well, of course.
No, you're just trying to understand it.
No, listen. You're asking me for my perspective. So of course I am the one that created it, because I'm in my own mind, right? I'm speaking my own mind, from my own mind, from mine own perspective. I'm speaking things, and to things that's already exist. So I know where when it starts, and and where it ends.
Actually, you were manipulated into a situation where you have to defend your belief. And that's the bottom line. I come on here with no intent. I just come to ask a few questions. And you were manipulated into defending something that you can't defend.
No,
that's
I'm not.
Most people.
I'm not defending anything for real. I'm just doing what I told you that,
You
that
just said you create. You just said this is all you. You just said this is all mind. It's all you. You create it. You wake up with the intent to create. You go through your day creating. You created all this because it's in your mind. And now you're telling me no. You're not making sense to me, man.
It's coming from the state of mind, right? That's my state of mind. That's my mindset. What I'm telling you.
Okay. Well, I don't buy.
So it's not that I'm manipulating a situation, but it's that I'm applying a force in the matrix.
Yeah, you were manipulated into a conversation, one that you can't defend or justify.
No, in fact, it's nothing to defend. It's nothing to protect, defend, or attack about nothing that I'm saying.
And that's more real. That's probably the realest thing you said. There is nothing to defend or attack.
Right.
That is the realest thing you said.
Well, everything I'm saying is real. You just choose to, understand. If I'm assuming, you just choose to understand one thing that you think that makes sense, right?
I'm just pointing out different perspectives of the same thing.
Say that again.
I'm just pointing out different perspectives of the exact same thought.
Right, and
you're thinking singularly. You're thinking with a unidirectional mind. I'm thinking with an omnidirectional mind.
Right, which is the only thing I'm bringing into the matrix. Something.
It's just your interpretation of that which you've manipulated to serve your needs, which are obviously creation.
Again, it's not nothing about being servant or servant. Again, I just told you that yes, I'm bringing something that's never been brought in before in the matrix, right? Because infinity is not known to the matrix, and I'm giving you my perspective coming from my state of mind, or how I'm making it known in the matrix.
Well, I'm telling you, I can show you the formula for infinity.
Hey, peace, Naga. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, salute, bro. Respect. That was a classic. I'm just and listening to it and shit like that, looking back to it. But yeah, shout out to you, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, man. I appreciate that you were able to engage in that. You were respectful. Y'all had a good back and forth, and I can objectively acknowledge that. But besides that, I've just had too many bad experiences with this cat. And so I'm just putting it on the record. I don't come at people if they want to get on panels or hang out with other people that I've got, some type of issue with or whatnot. But I still find that, I should speak my mind if I, find some type of constructive criticism here. And it would just be, what I saw with Axis Rat Blood is what I've seen with other people on panels at times since I started coming on here. And it's basically this false positioning, like in a guru status type power positioning where I see people, they'll go back and forth, and it's not really about having a constructive debate or exchange, but rather it's about asserting their power and assuming that they have a higher influence or degree of knowledge. And it becomes this weird type of power dynamic where one is trying to get a one up on the other rather than build or, see what comes out of a debate or dialogue. And I would call it a spiritual pissing contest. And, I would see this shit in real life with certain friends that even if we're talking about metaphysics or just general spirituality, somehow this nonsensical egoic aspect seems to wiggle its way in there. And, the cats become more worried about being perceived as more knowledgeable or, at a higher level of knowledge and understanding. And, I even just saw it a few times. It just seemed like he was belittling your base of knowledge, basically. And he was coming to you as if he was testing you to see if you were worthy, to build with him. And that's just what I got. And I believe in iron sharpening iron, of course. And I think it's good to have some friction, but it has to be in good faith. And, I just see people coming out here in bad faith and just wanting to be perceived in that position of power or having more, knowing more. And, it's just funny because people will talk about others out here are YouTube philosophers, armchair philosophers and whatnot, but that's you. I see the projection, not you, Naga, but I'm saying that to Axis, and that's, these are just my opinions. These are from past experiences that I've had, but, people will do some strange things if they don't like you, and they'll go to some odd extents, whether that's doxing, or just basically getting obsessed about a person, following them around, getting screenshots, trying to record footage or get quote unquote evidence. I've heard people out here talk about how they're gathering evidence and they've got files on certain other people out here. And it's just interesting how this can go from casual conversations and certain intellectual builds to a whole type of like almost LARP, live action role play secret agent type shit where people start to view and use this whole internet experience to start scheming, like they gotta go and infiltrate the ops type shit. And then, the YouTube politicking, as you could call it, oh, this person got their wrench taken. There's this clip here and that, and so there should be a healthy degree of being able to get your hands dirty in this shit, but it needs to be for a higher purpose, and that would be in my, from my take, speaking the truth on the matter. And if I see someone is slimy out here, but they want to put on a front that they're, nice and they're going to cupcake with people and they've got good intentions, but I know they don't, I'm just going to speak it how it is, so I don't need to bring up anyone else here, but yeah, man, Axis Rat Blood is just bad news. And I'm putting that on the record, and I'm not even telling you, Charles, or anyone else, don't fuck with him. I'm just saying I've got a lot of bad experiences in the past, and others out there probably know as well. But yeah, man, that's just my personal take on it, and it was an interesting discussion. Otherwise, I'll let it play. If you want to say anything, you can go ahead first. Otherwise, I'll keep it going.
Oh yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. I agree to it. I agree. From a good and bad perspective. From a good and bad perspective. I definitely agree. That that was some negative energy for me to feel on. But I like to look at things. From a whole. From a whole perspective. Instead of
Yep.
Just a regular perspective. So I just look at it, as me, being a filter, right?
I like that. Yeah.
I look at myself, being like the filter, to filter him out, from the mindset, from how what he think, he know of me, from his assumption, to filter him out, basically from his assumption of who and what he think I am. And yeah, that's basically how I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, if you need me to filter you out, so you could really get to know who I am, so be it, you're putting yourself to the filter system.
Yeah, I like that because it's basically what you're saying is it takes a degree of maturity and discernment to be able to look past or filter out any of the bullshit that could be just egoic, superficial, surface level type shit, and still derive value. And basically, as you were saying, acting as a filter, alchemizing the precious materials that can still come out of a conversation, even if there's that surface layer stuff that could get in the way for some people and stop them from wanting to even engage further. Having that mentality that you can still derive value out of these different interactions, even if there's some type of jaded underlying energy or past that we can have with certain people in these communities and online experiences. There is that aspect as well, the angle of the audience, the people that be watching the live chat, what they know. There's a lot of people that never hop on panels, but they've been watching these different channels for a while, and they know a lot of the backstory. So yeah, man, it's interesting, bro. And I didn't even have anything planned. I just knew I'd want to review this. And yeah, man, I'll let it play. I appreciate you coming up here, bro. It's better than just restreaming something. And of course, I'd have stuff to say, but always more enjoyable to have at least a person or two to exchange it with. Appreciate you.
Yeah, salute to you. And I just want to let
Go
me
ahead.
say this very quick. Basically, I use the filter system because a lot of time we like to pick each other mind apart, to see, how they think. We basically get into their mind, and sometimes, we can bring, viruses in the mind. What the mind, start not to operate the way it normally operate, because of the virus. It's like a computer. If there is a virus in a computer, it's not going to operate the way it used to operate. How it normally operate. So that's basically what I was doing, in order to protect my mind. So I've created, a filter, where everything that he had to say, or every corner he turned, to on getting inside of my mind had to be filtered out, and everything stayed out, only what deserved to get there, what supposed to be, to get in, because my mind is like a clean space, like a safe space that I create for myself.
Yeah,
But
sacred space.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, energetic boundaries, for sure.
Yeah.
I can prove infinity through a sphere.
No.
What was your first principle? Your first principle is energy does not dissipate. It only changes form. Thermodynamics.
But that's beyond the matrix, though. You say you can show me a formula which is beyond the matrix. You can't show me that formula in the matrix. So therefore, you come in,
I didn't say
with
I
your
could show you something outside of the matrix. I never said
right.
that.
So exactly, that's. But I'm saying, I'm making it known that the formula that you're bringing is not known to the matrix.
Of course, it's known to the matrix.
It's not.
What? It's called the
What
constant.
formula?
It's a constant. A circle is a constant. A sphere is a constant in dimension. A sphere holds more dimension than a flat plane of a circle, a two-dimensional circle. When you look at a two-dimensional circle, look beyond the two-dimensional circle. Observe it as a sphere. Observe what is not there.
Now you
It's an orb.
Now you're introducing manipulation into the conversation, which is also
No,
a force,
truth.
but is a manipulative force because
No, it's
because
energy.
not right quick because we just established how somebody that's creating a ring know where it starts and where it ends, but you choose to express it from the point that somebody is just putting on that ring. They didn't even create it. So
I'm trying to get you to see beyond the eyes.
that's
Okay?
what I was saying. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the thing that I described to you is beyond the matrix. This is why I said that I'm the one.
No, it's not beyond the matrix because it's in this construct. You just can't see it.
No, it's not.
So you're telling me that
I'm the one bringing it. The specific perspective state of mind that I'm bringing it, and I'm the one that's bringing it. It's not known until I make it known
to you.
No, to the matrix, because I'm bringing it to the matrix. So it's
I don't think
unknown
there's
to the
anything
matrix.
new. I think we
There's the constant, the
regurgitate.
persistent, and that's as far as I've gotten. And there's various levels of the information that you can receive, and you can receive it at many different points at once. It's when you get caught in omni thinking that you start receiving on multiple levels. It stresses the body and the mind. But when you're in a unidirectional state of thinking, you're only thinking in one directive. That directive being that which you chose to create for that day. You have an objective.
Well, in fact, my alter ego is reversible being. So I like to reverse things. So I actually think that, without receiving.
Yo, I remember when you first showed up with the reversible being account, man. I really like that, dude. I'm not sure what it is that inspired you to make that, but I see that you even had put the drawing, one of those drawings you made. It looked like cymatics or some type of geometry, basically. Was this supposed to be like an inside-out torus field by chance depiction or something like that?
Yeah, literally inside out.
Fucking A, okay. Good. I thought so. I wasn't sure though from the picture. That's dope. I fuck with that, man. Because it's like, it's just how people, when talking about a torus field, you talk about inside out torus field, it's basically a donut. If you did the negative space or whatever the technicality of that's called, it would be a donut to do that reverse space of the torus field.
Yeah, you're 100%. But I came up with the name because I realized how I usually approach. I basically pay attention to my approach when it comes to things. People, how we read from left to right.
Mm-hmm.
So we basically talk like that too. We talk from left to right. If we're describing something, we started from the right, from the left to the right, So, I realized that in my approach, I describe things, coming from the right, and to the left, or meeting the left in the middle. So I first acknowledge the left that's already there, that's just being brought up. And then I bring in, the coming from the right perspective, which all create a new perspective in the middle. So I realized that was my approach, because a lot of people would try to shut me down before I could finish talk, and trying to tell me it don't have nothing to do with what they're talking about, or it don't make sense, or whatever the case may be. But in my mind, in my head, it make perfect sense. It just make it the thing become whole,
The bridging.
Yeah. So I basically, channel that, that type of energy, more and more. I embrace it basically. I embrace that type of energy. This is, what give me the mindset, to come up with the name Nagajini. But I just, come up with that reversible being because, I came from, reversing thing. Nagajini basically came from, reversing or coming, from reversing what somebody say, to meet up with them in the middle, or coming from the opposite side to meet up with them in the middle and create the full picture.
And so, like, I can even visualize with what you were just saying there. It's like basically observing things around you in reality that may be out of balance, whatever that is, out of balance perspectives, whatnot. You can bridge that gap by placing the counterbalance, whether that counterbalance is just a opposing or different angle of thought and perspective, or if it's something more physical and material, actually even not like literally a physical scale and balancing an actual scale, but rather a situation that you see in life where it's like, okay, if I put myself into the situation, having the discernment, and weighing the options of, is me placing myself into this experience or giving my perspective going to be placing that counterbalance that could even things out? And basically, if you put a counterbalance down, you get that level ness created between those two polarities. Then it's like literally, as you visualize, it's actually forming a bridge. So even like a literal scale out of balance, once you get that counterbalance correct, it will be level. And it's basically like getting the key or the right stone in place in like an Indiana Jones temple, and then boom, the fucking the slide turns into stairs type shit. Basically, getting things back into place, getting things back into rhythm, getting things back into accordance, and knowing when your input or presence can provide that or not. So yeah, man. But a lot of this shit, ultimately, we can always end up tying it in with other things and coming full circle, And y'all were just talking about the circle, because this shit ultimately is holistic, and it makes me think of mind's eye and how you would say everything is everything. And I always fucked with that because I would say that too at certain points, and it's like, okay, someone else can think along those lines, and it's not too abstract or vague, because some people would see it that way. But if you just look at it in the plainest sense that everything is everything, then boom, you could even go further and do an A to B logic and say, then you could start from anywhere. If everything ultimately overlaps, whether you start with your sleep, whether you start with what you eat, whether it starts with just the mindfulness of what your awareness is of the thoughts that go in and out of your head. Are they being generated from you? Are they coming to you? Are you receiving or transmitting? Yeah, man. It always comes full
Yeah,
circle, bro. Topics
yeah.
will.
I think everything is on balance. You
Mhm.
know, so it's like somebody tell you or put you in a place by yourself, and they tell you to go ahead and have some children. You're going to look at them like, huh? What you mean? Like, I need a woman or something. I ain't gonna make no kids by myself. That's impossible, right? So it's like you gotta tell them to bring the women, or or you gotta bring the women in the picture, because you understand that in order to have a child, both parties need to play a role. So it's the same thing, in order to move forward in life, or not in life, through this matrix, you know, you need that other, you know, that other part of you. It's like a bird. I think I made that example before. It's like a bird with one wing. Imagine a bird with one wing. Is it possible for them to fly with one wing? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's like I said, like everything is being on balance. So you gotta bring balance into it, so you could see the whole thing, the full spectrum. But not a lot of people think that way. A lot of people do, but at the same time, not a lot of people think that way. So when they see you coming, with the other side or with the balance into it, they're like, no, no, you throwing it off, because all they could recognize is things that's unbalanced. That's what they're attracted to. But people like me, I feel like I'm attracted to things that's unbalanced, because I see myself as the scale, like nature.
Well, then it also makes me think of the whole concept of what you were just saying there. It makes me think of the whole saying of a hammer is only going to see nails type shit, or however that saying goes. How there can be that other aspect to this shit. Uh, I missed some of what you said, but basically, um, applying yourself improperly, uh, and because you're in such a certain box of thinking or linear train of thought, that yeah, it's like, okay, I have this one purpose, boom, I'm to look for these things and apply myself. And like that simple type of rugged mindset works for shit at times, but it's basically like you could be the hammer, or you could be the whole fucking tool belt and realize you have all these aspects of self. to apply in different ways. And that would even go into the whole concept of like being a Renaissance man, or a jack of all trades. Just being multi-skilled basically, and being versatile, having a diversity of thought and perspectives. Otherwise, if you fall into that oversimplification of things, it's the equivalent of that saying, you're going to see everything as a nail, basically, and you're acting like a hammer.
We basically learn how to recognize what unbalance is, you know, because we were taught that the world is unbalanced. We were taught that the world is spinning, is tilt in a way, and it's spinning somewhere somehow. It's spinning and managed to keep, you know, itself on track. So we learn how to, keep track, being, being unbalanced. And because we learned that, we think that's the way to go. But it's because we've been taught that way. Had we understand that, the world is not, tilting and spinning, you know, around, so we will know how to think, uh, on a balance scale. We will know how to, everything we say will come in, perfect. Or should I say perfect? Use that word because a lot of time people say nothing is perfect, but everything will come out basically proper, the way it's supposed to be coming out. But we learn, how to keep track, uh, being on balance. It's like seeing what kind of car your cousin drive. Now you already marked that car. So now wherever you see that car, you're gonna point it out. Oh, that's the same car, my cousin got. That's the same car with he got the same car with my cousin. Oh, she got the same car with my cousin, you know. Oh, I just bought the same car with my cousin because you recognize you mark that car as your cousin, you know. So every time you see that car, you see your cousin.
There you go.
Or
Yeah, that's the concept I was getting at exactly. All right, I'm gonna pull this back up here.
all right.
Figure out where we were at.
From my own perspective, I'm speaking things, and and to things that's already exist. So I know where when it starts, and and where it ends.
Actually, you were manipulated into a situation where you have to defend your beliefs. And that's the bottom line. I come on here with no intent. I just come to ask a few questions. And you were manipulated into defending something that you can't defend.
No,
That's
I'm not.
most people.
I'm not defending anything for real. I'm just doing what I told you that
You
that I
just
don't.
said you create. You just said this is all you. You just said this is all mind. It's all you. You create it. You wake up with the intent to create. You go through your day creating. You created all this because it's in your mind. And now
Yeah,
you're telling me no. You're not making sense to me, man.
it's coming from the state of mind, right? That's my state of mind. That's my mindset. What I'm telling you.
Okay. Well, I don't buy.
So it's not that I'm manipulating a situation, but it's that I'm applying a force in the matrix.
Yeah, you were
Like,
manipulated into a conversation, one
no,
that you
listen,
can't defend or justify.
no, in fact, it's nothing to defend. It's nothing to protect, defend, or attack about nothing that I'm saying.
And that's
So,
more real. That's probably the realest thing you said. There is nothing to defend or attack.
right,
That is
about
the
what I'm
realest
saying.
thing you said.
Well, everything I'm saying is real. You just choose to, understand. If I'm assuming, you just choose to understand one thing that you think that makes sense, right?
I'm
Or
just
that's
pointing
real.
out different perspectives of the same thing.
Say that again.
I'm just pointing out different perspectives of the exact same thought.
Right, and I'm
You're
just coming.
thinking singularly. You're thinking with a unidirectional mind. I'm
Right,
thinking with an omnidirectional mind.
right, which is the only thing I'm bringing into the matrix.
It's
Something
just
that
your
that's not.
interpretation of that which you've manipulated to serve your needs, which
Well,
are
it's not. It's
obviously
not.
creation.
I mean, again, it's not. nothing to about being served or a servant. Again, I just told you that yes, I'm bringing something that's never been brought in before in the matrix, right? Because infinity is not known to the matrix, and I'm giving you
You paused it?
For infinity. And I can prove
I got it back.
infinity through a sphere.
no.
What's your first principle? Your first principle is energy does not dissipate. It only changes form. Thermodynamics.
But that's beyond the matrix, though. You say you can show me a formula which is beyond the matrix. You can't show me that formula in the matrix. So therefore, you come in,
I didn't say
with
I
your
could show you something outside of the matrix. I never said
right.
that.
So exactly, that's what I'm saying. I'm making it known that the formula that you're bringing is not known to the matrix.
Of course, it's known to the matrix.
It's not.
What? It's called the
What formula?
constant. It's a constant. A circle is a constant. A sphere is a constant in dimension. A sphere holds more dimension than a flat plane of a circle, a two-dimensional circle. When you look at a two-dimensional circle, look beyond the two-dimensional circle. Observe it as a sphere. Observe what is not
Yeah.
there.
Now you
It's an
introduce.
orb.
Now you're introducing manipulation into the conversation, which is also
No.
a force,
Truth.
but is a manipulative force because
No, it's
because
energy.
not right quick because we just established how somebody that's creating a ring know where it starts and where it ends, but you choose to express it from the point that somebody is just putting on that ring they didn't even create it. So
I'm
the
trying
same
to get you to see beyond the eyes.
that's
Okay?
what I
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
the thing. That's the
that's
part
what
right here
I'm looking
I
at.
wanted to speak on too. That's the part right here I wanted to speak on too, because he keeps saying that he's trying to bring me, beyond the matrix. When I'm speaking both, in the matrix and out of the matrix, you know, he keep on saying that all the time, and I'm trying to, speak to you beyond the matrix. But I'm like the whole time, like the conversation, that's where he's at. It's beyond the matrix. It's only coming into the matrix from me. You know, that's the thing I was trying to tell him, get him to understand. But I guess he probably understand it already. But he was just basically doing him. He was trying to get in, the way he wanted to get it in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying, bro.
I'm looking at the thing that I described to you is beyond the matrix. This is why I said that I'm the one.
No, it's not beyond the matrix because it's in this construct. You just can't see it.
No, it's not.
So you're telling me that
I'm the one bringing it. The specific perspective state of mind that I'm bringing it, and I'm the one that's bringing it. It's not known until I make it known.
to you.
No, to the matrix because I'm bringing it to the matrix. So it's
I don't think
unknown
there's
to the
anything
matrix.
new. I think we
There's the constant and
regurgitate.
persistent, and that's as far as I've gotten. And there's various levels of the information that you can receive, and you can receive it at many different points at once. It's when you get caught in omni thinking that you start receiving on multiple levels. It stresses the body and the mind. But when you're in a unidirectional state of thinking, you're only thinking in one directive. That directive being that which you chose to create for that day. You have an objective.
Well, in fact, my alter ego is reversible being. So I like to reverse things. So I actually think that, without receiving, right, and releasing in all directions, it causes the body to be, in a stress mode. It's like when you can't experience when you got something that's going on, but you don't have no body or no shape, no way, shape, or form to express it. It become a disease to the body because the body is under stress. So it's the same thing. Unless you have, you are being reciprocal, and releasing in all direction. Therefore, the body is under stress or in a disease.
I know entities by name that have no body. They are energies with names and personalities, but they don't have a body.
Yeah, an entity ain't supposed to have a body.
they're not confused or lost. Believe me, there, and they're not running around in a state of, formless disarray. They are very cohesive to their nature.
Yeah. What I don't get, the point of you saying that.
Because they're interacting with you every day. You're being influenced by them, whether it be a signal, a frequency, a wave, or an energy or entity from a plane that you're not capable of observing yet. I'm still working the math on that one so that people will be able to see what I see.
Yeah, but that's not known to them.
Yeah, and I feel like I can understand what he's saying to a certain degree, because it's like I've really come to the conclusion over the past couple of years of a worldview of animism. So in the sense of everything, whether we would perceive it as living or not, everything has a spirit to it, even the inanimate objects, per se, like the rocks and these different minerals, even down to the fucking periodic table. Like, you could even say that each fucking element has a specific entity or egregore that's associated with it. And that gets a little too metaphysical or abstract for some people, but I would agree with Axis on this, that there are some type of forces or entities or beings that are operating right outside of this dimension on a different dimension, yet there is a energetic interdimensional influence that's always taking place. Hence why a lot of people, when they have these trips, DMT, mushrooms, whatever, they often report seeing entities that are existing in this world. People begin to see a layer of reality that exists that we just can't normally see with our sober, normal viewing mind of the light spectrum and all that jazz, and of subtle energy. So, whether it's a corporate entity, NGO, some type of movement or whatever, the more energy and attention that gets put into it, the more potential there is for a quote unquote entity to manifest out of all that concentrated attention and energy from these people.
Yeah, these things that we seen as entity, they are energies. They energy in motion. And the reason why you can't really see them in the matrix is because you've been trained to see things with your mind. With your eyes in the matrix. You don't we don't know that the mind is a tool, that we can use to see or reach thing or manifest thing. We don't look at it like that. So we use our eyes, to see in the matrix. So therefore, you can only see things that's appealing to the eye. The thing that's appealing to the mind, you can't see them because you don't know how to see with your mind. Just like it's people that are able to see with their body. They use their hand, their touch, in order to be able to see or feel what something is. Right? But again, because in the matrix we're being trained, to see things, through our eyes. This is why, we have to take things that allow us to get beyond our eyes, and then we'll be able to see things that's beyond their eyes, because everything is not, all about their eyes.
Doubting Thomas in the Bible type shit. Yeah, getting overly emphasized and involved and set in a materialistic worldview. And that's kind of what we've come to in a lot of ways in this kind of postmodern age. It's a lot of emphasis on materialism, but the vice versa of that, there is the other polarity of getting ungrounded and like too stuck in the spiritual. So that would be people getting swept up in these new age movements and doing some shit that they consider quote unquote spiritual because some rappers doing it now. Like, you can really see how these quote unquote ancient things or certain herbs and roots and different practices and ways of thinking, they come back around, get popularized, but they also get corporatized. And it's just funny how these big mainstream makeup companies, industries, for example, my ex-girlfriend was telling me, oh, they're making this makeup shit. It's called witches, whatever, or they're talking about magic, or they got this makeup set that has crystals with it. Like, you can see how it would seem that this world, society, system knows that we're heading into a quote unquote more spiritual age. And so it's kind of getting ahead of that by making it a cultural corporate thing, making a whole industry, the self-help gurus. A lot of companies are now catching up and realizing, oh shit, there's a whole market of people that care about eating organic, or they're becoming more health conscious. So there's all this appeal. There's all this attempted appeal to that rising in consciousness, that spiritual aspect that's being lifted out of humanity. And it seems like the quote unquote beast system is trying to take advantage of that and get ahead of it before it would make any type of organic movement. Just like these different risings and movements always get co-opted by a spook or agent controlled op type shit. It's the same thing with modern spirituality, and even to the point of what I've seen happening at times is that people will be, TikTokers or OnlyFans girls, like these influencers, especially in my generation, like very involved in the technology, worldly shit, and then they do like a 180 polarity swing where they see what they're doing is out of balance, but they kind of act irrationally and too quickly and jump the gun. And then all of a sudden, this chick that was known for making these faces and doing all this provocative shit on OnlyFans, now she's constantly talking about being a Christian, or certain Gen Zers around my age, they start getting into orthodoxy, or this form of Christianity. It's like, oh, this is the cool new thing. Or even Westerners that take on an Eastern religion and completely change up their whole style and identity to go along with that new different religion. And it's like a false balancing out.
Well, in the
Yeah.
Matrix, it's like what they say in the Matrix. Nothing is new, right? Until somebody brings it in, and right now I think it's the same thing that's been going on, that's coming into a completion, with opening the door, for things to happen the way they're supposed to happen. What a real state of work is look like. I think a lot of people think they work, but they really, just become aware of their mind, and they abandon the bodies. Or some people just become aware of the body and they abandon their mind. So most people is having a shift, what I call a switch, a power, a power shift, where people,
Ooh.
Go from
Yeah.
lower self to higher self, or from higher self to their lower self. But people is not really becoming a whole being. It's very few, that's, and these people, you could tell they're seeking balance. They're trying to balance, their mind, and the body on the scale, but like I said, most people are just going, from one state to another state. They're not coming to a whole, to the looking at the whole state, coming to a whole state of being, because that's to be, aware of your body, and also be aware of, the mind, your spirit, and your soul, and how, all of that, is you, is a part of you, so yeah, people want to abandon certain aspect of themselves just to embrace other aspect of themselves. So they get lost of who they truly are. They just hold on to the fragmented version of themselves.
Yeah, totally. And that's why I brought up the term or word holistic, and just the importance of that concept, and state of being, really acting in a holistic manner. considering multiple things. I mean, it's the same thing as like if you're doing research, good research would be involving a cross analysis, taking multiple different sources from these different places, you know, cross analyzing and referencing them, and then doing like that filtering or alchemizing, holistically putting them together to get a greater conclusion, just like you would put ingredients together to get some type of food, or with an alchemy, some type of end result product, chemical, whatever the hell. Yeah, man, totally. It always comes back to the holistic aspect of this shit, man. Like, and that's what's beautiful about it is you can start riffing on this, and before you know it, there's going to be another lily pad of thought. There's going to be another train track for your train of thought that will appear before you know it. Once you start putting one foot in front of the other, it's
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
charging
saying.
up and generating. Yeah,
That's
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. That's the new thing that's coming under the sun. That's coming, into the matrix to basically uh destroy the matrix, basically, or to purify the matrix, right, and turn it into what is supposed to be, nature, natural things, right? But that's the state of mind that's coming into. That's why I say, only a few people that's on that wave right now that's aware, you know, of their whole self, but not a fragment version. And these people are the one that, uh, paving the way, for you know, for that energy to come in, because we the inside man. We the one inside of the matrix, so we're the one that's opening the door from the inside to let this energy in.
It's like how I've heard people joke about the whole phrase, it's an inside job. I hear people applying that to shit, not 9/11, but rather, stuff that has to do with our, referring to our internal experiences, the ripple effects and repercussions of even allowing certain thoughts into your mind, or to dwell on them. The whole thing with meditation is letting things pass through, right? So not grabbing onto shit, not dwelling on it. I don't know where
Yeah,
the fuck I was going with that.
yeah. The best change come from within, or the most,
Oh
effective,
yeah,
the
inside
most
job.
effective, yeah, the most effective way to to impact something, to be impactful is from within. That's why,
Inside out.
yeah, that's why we meditate. That's why we do all these things, going from within, and stuff like that, to clear, our mind, do all these things, you know, is because that's the most impactful way, to get something done. That's the most effective way, to make an impact on something. So the best way to do it is from within of the matrix, to allow that energy to come in and have the most impact. If it's coming, if it's outside trying to make its way in, it's going to there's going to be a resistance, you know. But if it's already, inside, you know, and that means the bridge is already there. It's kind of like, I think, what Jesus said, or some about, uh if the thief is in your house, you basically already got robbed. But I think I'm just paraphrasing. He said something like that. Basically,
That's
he's,
clever. Yeah.
yeah, like if the thief is in your house, can you say you're not, being robbed, or you're not? So that's why I think he said that's why the thief, will make sure they tie, they come in, when people is not there, and these people there, they will tie, make sure, everybody is tied, his ties in and shit. It's basically in check before they come in. So if they ain't, that mean, everything is already, being checked, unless there was an error. So basically, yeah,
Yeah.
happening with this energy. That's why they're trying to create an error to make sure this energy don't come the way it's supposed to come in, because they realize that the energy is already in here. So now they're trying to create, to cause an error, to reject the energy. But people like, a lot of people like us that's, channeling that type of energy, that's tapping into this type of energy, we understand that, we have to be the platform, we have to be the floor or the stage,
The groundwork,
yeah, for
the
the energy.
bedrock. Yeah.
Yeah. This is why we're being humble and creating a platform, trying to give people a voice to speak their truth and find themselves. You know what I'm saying? All that is paving the way for the energy to come in. So everybody gotta go to the filter.
And you see, and to take it from there with what you just said about the filter, and to go back to what was being said about counterbalancing, and then the holistic approach, to counterbalance what I said earlier about everything is everything, so you can start from anywhere. Well, an opposing truth to kind of tie together here and really reconcile the paradox would be, there is an order of operations to shit. And this is what I like to talk about with people. It's like we learn about the order of operations in math, but like there's an order of operations in life. And we don't have to get into the specifics of that. We'll keep that general. But there's an order of operations to things. So even if you can approach things holistically in the sense of you can hit it from all these different angles, and maybe in a sense it doesn't seem to matter where you start from because it's all going to overlap. Well, there's an opposing truth there that's not necessarily always the case, and you do have to have that discernment, bringing it back to that word, of what comes before the other. There is a better way of doing things. There is a preferable or more beneficial, optimal way to go about doing things in life, and that's observable. There's certain patterns of success that we can see in our ancestors and in our fellow man that's around us in this current age. So yeah, man, just to just to kind of fractalize there and just go and counterbalance what seemed to be pretty holistic and solid within itself, because like, yeah, it's true, everything does overlap. You could start from any realm and affect positive change, but maybe if you started from X variable over Y or Z, that's actually going to have a better order of operations and create a better ripple outcome than starting with one of those other two variables. So that's something people need to remember in life, the order of operations to shit. Because if you mess up that one thing, you can actually screw up the whole rhythm or harmony of the rest that's going to entail. It would be the equivalent of screwing up the cornerstone, as they talk about in masonry. And if you fucked up the cornerstone, the whole thing's going to be fucked up. So yeah, man, having the wisdom and the discernment, of how to organize things, how to put things together in life, what comes before the other.
Yeah, but it's more having
Go ahead.
the courage to go through the filter. It's like
Go through the process. Yep.
Like a lot of people don't want to walk through the fire because they know they'll get burned. And
There you go.
not
Yep.
even knowing that the fire is a purifier. So it's the same thing. People don't want to go to. Imagine a whole bunch of dirty water. Don't want to go to the filter. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it looked like a lot of people don't have the courage to go to the filter, so they can't even imagine what being clean look like. So these people create a wall, a defensive mechanism, where they don't want to talk about, things like that. They don't want to, talk about things that will, put them, in a position to go through a filter, right? So they'll avoid having conversation like that, and if people is bringing up that conversation, they'll find a way to disturb it, to turn it, another way. And if you come on their panel, they'll boot you, mute you, and trying to tell you, to still, and all that type of thing, because these people don't have the courage. They can't even, like I said, they can't even imagine what being clean look like, right? Because the soul is dirty. The body is is dirty. All that. But that's why I think is more about having the courage, because once you go to the filter, the outcome of that, is having all these gifts, you know. That's what it is.
Yo,
The-
yeah, to those who are rewarded with much, there's much responsibility type thing as well. But yeah, you're not gonna reap any rewards or benefits if you don't ever step forward and take the risk. Have some fucking balls, yeah. Principles.
yeah,
Some
that's
type
what
of it's
it
like a
is.
true north, having that inner light guiding compass. It goes back to faith. Yeah, man, I appreciate what you're saying there about courage, and I like how you're using a filter, imagery. That really does the job, man. The concept of a filter, and, because things can go in multiple directions after going through that filter as well. And
Yeah,
so it would be having the courage to be disassembled, have your ego disassembled throughout life, through different life experiences, knowing that it's going to be put back together stronger from those experiences that were had, that you had the courage to step forward into.
yeah, I agree.
Trust the process. You know, Ace Hood, the rapper Ace Hood, he's got like 3 albums called Trust the Process, man. Like, a lot of fucking truth in that, bro. We do kind of get conditioned in this world, uh, focusing on that outcome, and that will kind of go back into what we were saying about uh, people flipping up or kind of jumping from identities or belief systems, uh, or like even someone that has to constantly move where they live in this kind of false belief that this next thing is going to fix it. This next place I move into, this next thing I get, rather than being in the now, being in the present, and being in that process. It's like sex, man. Like the fucking people talk about the foreplay. It's about the foreplay, the lead up. It's like having that inverse paradigm, that reversed paradigm, where you see that actually the peak experience is actually in that more drawn out aspect, whether it's sex or reality or whatnot. You don't want to have that climatic peak moment concentrated into a short amount of time. It's just like making good food savory and last, or a good time you're having in life, not letting it fly by just because, oh, it's a good time. Um, really being present with shit, really being in the experience, not being in your head thinking about the finish line, being in your body when you're fucking running that marathon. Being integrated, being present. Uh, yeah, man. I don't know. I'm starting to just ramble now, but if you have any more thoughts, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm gonna let this play a little more.
Yeah, now you go ahead and let it play.
All right, sounds good.
The matrix. That's beyond the matrix. But I'm there with you. I'm here with you from beyond the matrix to inside of the matrix.
Then
But
tell me one thing you know that's outside of the matrix.
I just told you, infinity is outside of the matrix.
No, infinity is contained within the matrix. It's a part
No,
of
it's
the
impossible.
and the constant.
It's impossible. The matrix is a finite. The matrix is a finite concept. Is a finite.
Man, I gotta pause it already because you're right there. It's a paradox within itself, bro. Because it's like the concept of infinity is meant to encapsulate that which cannot be encapsulated. Hence, just like God is the name for the ineffable, or Yahweh, Tao, all these different things. It's the moment you give it a name or try to describe it, it eludes you at the same time. So that's kind of what's going on here, like overarching throughout life is trying to come to that understanding. I won't lie, I just lost where I was going with that though, so I'm gonna let this shit play.
But yeah, right quick. That's why I
Yeah,
speak the
you
way.
got it. You got it. My bad.
That's
Infinity.
why I
Go ahead.
speak the way I speak, kind of like parabolical way, you know, because I understand the parallel of things, you know. So this is why I feel like I'm not the only one that fit to do what I'm doing, but I'm one of the person that fit to do what I'm doing, to merge both of them together, because I'm experiencing both, you know, being able to being aware of my mind, right? Experiencing through my mind, and being able to experience things, in the physical through my body, you know, being aware of both of these things, put me in the place, the best place to, to merge both of them together, to be that mediator, you know. So
Facts.
this is why I was coming, from the perspective, that everything in the matrix has, a beginning and an end. It's a known facts. Everything uh the matrix is being constructed upon, has a beginning and an end. So ain't no way that the matrix itself ain't going to have a beginning and an end. And when you study the history, of what I call the matrix, civilization, it always, is that there is always a time it come into existence, a time, it go through its rising stage, in a time that it go through its downfall, right? All civilization, which I consider to be a matrix, have these three attributes, so it's basically a known fact that the matrix of civilization start and and end. They come in and out of existence, right? Just like they want us to believe that we come in and out of existence, or things come in and out of existence. No, the matrix come in and out of existence, and everything that's inside of the matrix follow up, right? Take everything that's inside of the matrix, embody the matrix. Period. So the only thing that exists in the matrix is finite things, you know, is finite things, and everything that exists in the uh 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 and through infinity is just infinite things. It's just things that don't have a beginning or end, basically. But yeah, you got it.
Nah, I appreciate that. It it's funny how whether we know it or not, just through life experiences, we are always attempting to encapsulate that ineffable aspect. Uh, whether it's making art, having conversations, or just trying to be present within the moment of your experiences, it's like there's something within us that is always attempting to bridge that gap and kind of yeah, encapsulate that which can't be encapsulated. Even if we're doing it subconsciously, it's something that seems to just run in all of us throughout all time. Trying to understand that which can't be understood, and so that's the eternal mystery. It's the eternal mystery of what reality is.
Yeah, it's like being tied. It's
Yeah.
like being tied to a running train. Ain't nothing you can hold back. You can hold, to stop that train, unless you get inside of the train and actually stop it, right? To its to the way you operate the train is supposed to be operated, right? Operated on. So it's the same thing. We are tied into infinity, right? But we're trying to to stop infinity to what it is. It's like infinity going to break it all the time. It's like how people always trying to stop water, and it build up pressure and end up breaking the thing that's stopping it. This is what we do to the
Mm.
this is what we do into the body. It's too much pressure that's coming from is infinite pressure, infinite energy that's coming from within. And we're trying to put a boundary on it. You know, we try to put
Yeah,
some type
there you
of
go.
resistance on it, you know, to the body, and and the pressure that thing build going to explode the, you know, the body like, you know, like a balloon getting explode because too much air. That's why I was telling him earlier. I think it's the opposite, that if we don't, you know, receive things how we receive things from all direction and release things, you know, the same way we receive them in all direction, the body will be, you know, under stress because there's going to be so much pressure, you know.
Yep. And that gets into trauma,
Mm.
also, or some people call it strama, in the sense of like somatic trauma. I mean, so it's all the same thing to some degree, but if we want to break it apart, like, you could say that, you know, certain emotions and energies can get stuck in your body, you know, and hence certain diseases and conditions will spring forth from not moving those energies out of the different places of our anatomy. And, you know, whether it's the lungs, the liver, you know, whatnot, not ever reconciling anger, or having bitterness and grudges, you know, that's going to fuck with your liver. It's interesting, man, because the anatomy has different associations with certain emotions. So if you're not directing or off gassing or off venting, and balancing out, counterbalancing these different energies, releasing what needs to be released and keeping what needs to be kept, and cultivating that while letting go what doesn't need to be had, just like we normally do physically, input and outputting. We have to do the same with energy and emotions, and really be real with ourselves, and have these times where we're connecting with our subconscious, and getting real with ourselves, being accountable, and you know, finding out, okay, do I have any skeletons in the closet at this point? You know, we got, whether that's through doing psychedelics or having some type of retreat, getting away from everything, going out into nature. We gotta stay checking in. You know, we have to check in with ourself truly, you know, and make sure we're not letting shit build up, and numbing ourselves to it through the foods or certain experiences or whatever have you, because that shit can build up over time, and before you know it, you know, you go into a psychedelic experience and you feel a bunch of tension within yourself, and you realize, oh damn, like, you know, this shit has been affecting me over time before I even knew it. uh, and I haven't released these energies, I haven't off gassed these energies. So if you never take the time to consciously do that, you're just going to get to a point in life where the body is going to automatically do that shit. Just like if you're not, yeah, if you're not acknowledging some type of pains, physical or emotional shit, trauma, you're going to break down at some point, because your body and your subtle body has to do that. It needs to get it out. It can't stay in there forever. That energy will get pent up and automatically will break you down and create the body into a catabolic state. And it's gonna, you know, this is how people get autoimmune issues and so on. Body starts attacking itself. There's a dysregulation that's taking place.
Yeah, it's like a water that's not moving, a non-movable water. It become contaminated and start to create all
Yep.
these germs, you know, that's make the water non-living water anymore. See? So that's why if you're going to drink some type of water, you gotta drink, you know, from a running water, which is distilled water. It's not still. It's not still water. It's distilled water. A running water.
Yeah. Neutral,
Yeah, because
neutral water.
that running
Yeah.
water is alive. It's basically alive. So it's the same thing with us. The only way, you know, to be alive, you know, is to release all these energies that we're receiving. Once we keep all this energy, the body become contaminated. You know, it become compromised. You know.
There you go. That's a good word. Yep. Compromise. Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
it's just it's coming to, or not coming to, but keeping that awareness that we are living input output systems, And that input-output aspect, just like you're saying with the rising and descending of a sun or something, it's going to be there. It's going to be a constant, you know, constant motion, constant change, constant movement. And, you know, if that's resisted, well, you're going to see what fucking happens. Whether, yeah, that's the manifestation of sickness or whatever, dysfunction, certain mental complexes, or even shit we were talking about earlier, you know, people hopping from religion to religion or whatnot, or like people that break away from the understanding that ultimately there has to be some type of holistic mindset and paradigm basis for operating in this existence. That's how those people end up developing multiple personality disorders or split personality type shit. Yeah, man. Yo, and what you were saying about living water, dead water, it's very interesting. It would seem that there's some type of awareness that's been coming to the collective about water. You know, and I don't know how much it's true when people talk about, you know, we're heading into the age of Aquarius. Now, Aquarius is an air sign, not a water sign, but that's besides the point. The symbolism of Aquarius does involve water as well, and Pisces comes right after Aquarius. Yeah, the Pisces fish is being dumped out of the Aquarian water bearer's jar. So all I'm saying is I've noticed over time with some of the different people I follow within like holistic health stuff or whatnot, spiritual knowledge, to put it plainly, there seems to be a rising in the understanding of water and how complex and basically it's like an organic technology. I mean, just like the elements or all these other aspects of nature, in an interesting sense, it's very technological. It's very ordered. The mycelium network, the way the fucking trees interact with shit, you know, it all really does fall together perfectly. But yeah, man, I forgot where I was going with that.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
water. Yeah, people are
on
becoming more aware of the power of water. That's all I was saying.
on some way, shape, or form, people was always catered to one element, you know.
There you
But
go. Yep.
but I think, you know, the best way to, you know, to look at things, you know, is from, you know, all of the elements, right, including a composition of all of them, right, which will give you a fifth perspective, you know, of the element, right. So I think people have been looking at it, you know, from a singular perspective, you know, instead of looking, you know, the total, the sum of it, of it
The
all.
totality. Yep.
Yeah. So people now, you know, is coming, you know, into the awareness of the existence of all the elements, and also, you know, the chemistry amongst them. That's the thing. So people understand that there is a chemistry, you know, among the elements, and that chemistry is what creates us, it's what bring us into existence, which make us the fifth element, because we are composed of all the elements, you know. So that's why I think, you know, that people is coming into, you know, the elements, you know, I mean the existence of all the elements and the composition of them all, you know, which is the chemistry.
Yeah, man. And when you say that, it would make me. I've been talking with someone recently behind the scenes about the spaces in between, getting into micro macro and the concept of the idea of the spaces between. Well, it's like taking two or more variables, elements, whatever, and figuring out the chemistry that exists between them. I mean, it is that archetype again of two polarities or multiple variables taken, and then seeing the threads or the more subtle aspects which intertwine them and allow them to work together, and realizing that that's a whole nother variable within itself, that the chemistry between those 2 points or multiple points is actually a whole point within itself if you can zoom out. Just like you were saying, the better perspective is going to be to, be able to view those polarities or those different angles zoomed out per se, rather than existing from one of those angles and looking outward. Zooming out as much as we can, in these different perspectives and dialogues, so we can get the bigger picture, as they would say. It's just like when I've heard people say getting the 30,000-foot view or the big picture type shit. The reason we say that is you have to kind of actually literally think, almost like in a physical, literal sense of, okay, we're speaking on reality, we're visualizing and viewing reality. Well, let's metaphorically or visually zoom out from this paradigm or box of thought that we're currently operating in, and see if we can zoom out and get a higher perspective, a more accurate, a clear, or a more dynamic and useful perspective, serving perspectives.
Yeah, I think that's why we have our head and our mind. Our mind is the spaceship, and the space, the space, is the space between the mind and the body, right? Which is the space between the one that's operate the ship and the spaceship itself, right? That's the space. So the mind, again, like I said, is your spaceship, and the consciousness, is what's operating, the ship. So you being up there, in your mind, or in your space. So you have, a bird eye view, of the whole thing, of all the four elements, and how they create a pyramid, or a triangular angle, pointing at you, which is, make you the beam, the one that's beaming, out of your mind, basically,
Triangulation, that whole term, even. Yeah.
Yeah, because all the elements, when you connect them, at the top, they create like a four-dimensional type of triangular. Even though triangular, is more basically a pyramid form, like, even though a triangle is more like a three, angles, but
Yeah.
it gives you that four different angle perspective, and how they all merge or converging into one point, which is like the pyramid kind of show you, the square at the bottom, but at the top you got that peak, where they all merge that create that central point. So yeah, so you being up there, being that central point or that 0 point, that bird eye viewpoint of view, so you're able to see all the element. Not only you see the element, but you see how they all fit in and how they connected or intertwined with each other, to create you, like I was saying. So you basically see the chemistry. How the people would say like, damn, these people got a good ass chemistry, or these players got a good chemistry together. They understand each other, they respond to each other very well. So yeah, that's how it is among the element. There is a side that they all, that they all fit themselves into. It's like magnet. Just because the magnet is broken don't mean that it's not going to stick back to itself. It's a way that you could flip it, and twist it, it's going to stick to itself again. You see?
It's going to fall back into place. Yep. Even if it's resisted, an attempt to be broken out of that.
On one side is resistance from, being broken. On the other side, it's going to stay together because of that chemistry on being a magnet. So create a chemistry, just like being a team player create a chemistry among the team, being a group create a chemistry among the group.
And that's why if you approach things with the either or mindset, you're going to become dissolute from truth, from an accurate view on things. It's just like all of life and life experiences seem to converge around a paradoxical element. And it's like the concept of a paradox would seem to tie into the concept of fractals, because at first, you learn about paradoxes in schooling when we're young, and it's this whole initially two things that seem that they wouldn't go together, but once you get that paradigm shift or higher perspective, you see exactly how they tie into each other, and how shit in life is never either or. It's always both. It's always yes and no.
Yeah, that's why
And,
people.
yeah.
That's why people hate when you play both sides.
Yeah.
People will respect you and give you a pass. If you'll be the opposite, they'll say, okay, I respect the fact that you have your own opinion, but
Damn.
but
That's crazy.
I'm
You're making a
standing
good
on
point
that.
here. Yeah, go
Right.
ahead, bro.
Right. People will say, man, I respect you, for having your own opinion, for seeing it your own way, but I'm seeing it that way. But the minute you're letting them know that you're seeing it both ways, that's when it become a problem now. Because
And that's so backwards within itself if you think about it.
Yeah,
Damn, bro.
it's reverse psychology on how things actually, work, on how things naturally work or actually work. So yeah, man. So being, this why I think I make the analogy with the bird too. This is why the bird is always on the line. They're letting you know that they play both sides. They will even turn around. They will even face the left, and then they will turn around on the same line and face the right. They're letting themselves know that we playing both sides, just like we play the ground and the air. We're looking at both sides, the left and the right. So we ain't bound, to a specific thing. We can fly in the air and do what we do, and we could come to the ground and walk. We could hop from trees to trees. We could do basically whatever we want to do, because you see other side. But if you're being trapped on one side, you can only do the things that's being allowed by this side. How they basically tell you, telling you each dimension have their own rule.
Yeah, its own specific signature, or theme or characteristics. Everything
Yeah,
has. It's like when people say everything has a unique energy signature.
right. But a dimensional being is not bound to any one of them, right? A
Hmm.
interdimensional being, be able to go in and out of these dimensions.
Yeah,
While
in and out of forms
right,
or avatars and representations.
right, and then you have the dimensional being that's being bound to this specific dimension. It's like how fish is really bound to water, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they can't, they can't survive on the land because they are dimensional creature. They're bound, to the water.
And it's interesting how you say that, man, because it's like sometimes you gotta lay it out like that because we can actually forget how plain and simple or under our nose things are, in a sense. Because it's like you said something super simple there about fish are dimensional beings, but it's good that you said that it was food for thought, because there are people, and I could even be one of them at times, that may be overusing a word like interdimensional without actually having that the context or thought in my head of how I'm using that word. If I'm using it properly, some people need to just zoom out sometimes, simplify, and realize, okay, look at the word you're using. It's just like you break a word down, into its segments, and then you realize, okay, there's actually a more plain truth here. And it's, this word literally means that. It's like, oh shit, if you break this word down, it's these two separate words, and those words mean these things within themselves. And people could use words without having that context, without having it in their mind of what the actual meaning and context of that word is, how it applies. So that's me checking myself again, in a sense that, shit, I know I probably use words that don't apply at the best times, or overuse certain words. I can't think of what other word to use. But yeah, man, especially within like the quote unquote spiritual movements in this current day and age, people want to talk about.
Yeah, I think when it comes to language, people forgot that what's understood ain't gotta be said. I think I was having this conversation about with knowledge about this. Like, if I'm telling you that they come to my house and rob me, I don't have, after that, I don't have to say, oh, they are the robbers, or they are, thieves. I don't have to say that. The sentence itself, by the saying the phrase that they came and robbed me, is already telling you that they are the robbers. I think that's basic English in school. Like, if I'm telling, like, that's basic English. If if we're saying that they, doing that, then they, gotta be the one that does that. Now I don't have to come back after and saying that that's an illiterate way of speaking English. That's like speaking English to somebody that don't speak English. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
if somebody speak English and understand English, I should be able to tell them they came to my house and robbed me, and he should, be able to know that they are the robbers. If I saying they came to my house and fix my TV, you should, or my internet cable, you should know that they work for an internet cable company. That's who I'm referring to. But people want you to come back and say, okay, who they, and ask you who are they, for you to tell them the people that fix the internet cable. It's like, damn, bro, like, you didn't get that from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people forget.
Yeah, man, we
forget that's a part of language, of speaking. If you understand what I'm saying, therefore I don't need to speak it or say it. So therefore, I only need to say what's necessary. This is why, you need to be precise when you're being stopped by the cops, because whatever you say can be used against you. You can't incriminate yourself. So you only need to say what you need to say.
Yeah, don't over complexify it. Don't make it overly complicated. And we we make that mistake at times in this modern world, making things overly complex. We could make it easy, or we could make it harder. That's a song by Illuminati Congo that I like, and it's simple and very true.
Yeah, because
there's a choice often.
Yeah, because we understand what complexity is, right? So we understand what it is and how to make things complex. So we be impressed, when somebody spit a very complex bars, bars, that was so complex, that they had to explain to you what the bar it mean, and we be impressed by that, like, oh wait, like, damn, instead of being, impressed when somebody takes something that's so complex and make it simple. This is how you break down the matrix, is to make the thing that seem like they're so hard, they're so complicated, so complex in the matrix, and make them look easy.
Yeah, compressing it. It's like compressing information into a zip folder or file. You have all these different pictures or documents, and then you all organize it into a zip file or a folder. You've compressed it, you've simplified it, you've concentrated it down.
But I would say stripped it. like
Okay,
filter,
yeah.
like I was using that filter. So I would say, you stripped it, you know, out of the out of its construct, you know. So you basically deconstructed, the matrix by breaking, everything that's so complex, that make it so solid, you know, so immovable, you know. You stripped it out, this construct. Now, it got nothing to stand on, so it's just going to fall. But a lot of people is being, is perpetuating the complexity of this metric because we understand what complexity is, and that's the only thing that's impress us. But yeah, that's that's the basically the way that I embody
Oh
how
shit, I
I
was
view it.
muted. My bad. I was talking, but go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I didn't hear you was
Uh,
talking.
yeah, I was just saying it's like we have this predetermined, or I forgot what word I used. We have a predisposition, is what I said, to think that complexity is better when it's not necessarily in this modern world, is what I'm saying. Complex
Yeah,
is not always better, but we see how the grid is getting more complex, technology, this and that. It's like,
that's why we live in an
yeah.
apartment complex.
There you go, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Right there in the words. Some shit again. We it's right there in front of us. It's saying it right there. Yet we can overlook it because we just see it as, oh, this is just an abode. This is just a building,
yeah,
an aspect of reality.
we overlook simplicity because all our eyes can recognize is complexity. It's like it's like you had a nice car. I mean, you had a hope day, a little car that you'll be able to move around. Now all of a sudden you got your a brand new BMW. Now you overlook the little car that you had that was taking you everywhere. Now and become and relying on that BMW. Now some having that BMW. Now you don't know what to do. You forgot that you had that little car that you was getting around, you know, before that. So now you're trying in a complex way on how to get around when you already had that way being provided for you because you already had that little car before you start moving, uh in a complex way. You forgot that you had a simple way of moving around, like walking on your 2 feet. Then you get your a little two car. When you was walking on your 2 feet, you was everywhere. You know every bus to take, every train station. You know what I'm saying? But now that you have a little car, all of a sudden you don't even know what time the bus come. You don't know where to take the bus. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I say people are having a shift, a switch, but people is not becoming aware, of what's going on around them. So they basically hopping around. They switching from this to that, you know.
Oh my, that's crazy you say that because I was literally about to, what you were thinking before you even said switching from one thing to another, kind of how we've been saying here is what you were thinking had me thinking of, or what you're saying had me thinking of how, fuck, what was it? Oh yeah, people, an example of people over complexifying things, or I mean, over complicating, that's not even a word. Another example of people overcomplicating things would be, um, you have a bunch of energy, let's say, and you have a bunch of tasks to do, and then you end up getting swept up in, you see all these things in front of you, and kind of in a disorderly state. It's like when people are trying to multitask, uh, and they think that they're perceiving that they're getting things done more efficiently, but they're actually not. And it's like a frantic state, or they have high energy, so they feel empowered, or they feel that they're getting a bunch of stuff done because they're doing this and that after this thing that they just did. But then by the end of it, there's that realization of, oh, if I would have kept this more simple, taken it task by task, stayed in the moment, I would have been more efficient. I would have gotten more shit done. And that's why there's these studies, you know, and I put in quotes, you know, but you know, they say nowadays, don't multitask, or multitasking isn't good for you. You don't actually get more shit done. You think you do. And I can relate, because I've had times where I got a bunch of stuff I need to get done and I have this energy, and you know, I'm running around my house, picking stuff up, doing this, doing that. But afterwards, it's like, okay, if I would have slowed down, I actually would have been more efficient and got more stuff done. So working faster, you know, and working harder, you know, it's not going to pay off like going slow and staying in the moment. It's like slow and steady wins the race. That whole principle of the rabbit and the hare, or I mean, the tortoise and the hare.
Well,
And
that
it goes
moving.
back to the inverse. Because you would think at first, like, oh, a bunch of energy, doing things super fast, jumping from one task to another. But it turns out, no, it's actually the exact opposite and inverse of that, in truth.
Yeah, but I don't think, you know, multiplicity go hand to hand with, you know, with speed. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
I think, you know, somebody can
It's a
multitask.
false perception. I agree.
Yeah, I think some people can be uh can multitask, you know, and still be able to be efficient because they're not thinking about time, you know. They're just thinking about what they're doing, you know, on focus on doing it, you know, the best way possible. But once you bound to time, now it's a race. The race begin now, you know, because you gotta try to beat time. You gotta try to do. You gotta try to get there before time. You know, you gotta all to get there on time. You know, you gotta try to do it this at this time. You gotta go to work at this time. You know, and you're basically racing with time. You know, all the time. You know that what you know put things. You know, in a incomplete state because time itself is you know is basically the definition uh of what some of what something incomplete is like the negative sign. The negative side is an incomplete plus sign or an incomplete division or multiplication. That's all it is. It's just an incomplete version. So once you put the other line or the two dot, now it become complete. So that's what time is. Time is like is when people tell you, "Oh, I don't got time," you know, to doing all of that. I'm just gonna cut through it through that. So there is a lot of things that you left out, right? By just getting straight to the point. This is why when we're talking to people, man, why you always gotta, you know, bring a whole bunch of bullshit that don't make no sense, man. Get straight to the point, you know. So people don't want to hear the truth. People want to just get to the point.
Yeah, people don't want to go through the process. Like we were saying earlier, it's an out of balance aspect of only being focused on the end result when you know, one should actually realize there's a bunch of end results within each segment of time in that process leading up to that supposed quote unquote end result. It's just like a second of time being completed within a minute. You know, there was that end point, there was that conclusion that was reached just on a micro scale already multiple times within that time frame, as you know, you're leading up to, okay, a minute from now or x amount of time from now.
Yeah, and
You
this
know,
is why
the completion happens before the completion happens, in a sense, if you can see it.
most people, when they ask you to get straight to the point and you get to the point, they don't get it. You know, they don't get it because
Yeah.
it's the process that's going to lead to the point. Just like I was using the four elements, you know, the chemistry amongst them is what create that fifth point, you know, which is you. They say that we are made of all the four elements. So, you know,
Right.
it's the process of the element, you know, that cause us to appear into existence. So if we're going to ignore the process, we ain't never going to get to know how we end up getting there. We're not going to understand why we are the point. So it's the same thing when we're talking to somebody. They're like, man, I don't want to hear all that. Get to the point. And then you say, I bet. Basically, more of the story, this, body bing, body boom. And they're like, what? Look, this don't even make no sense. I don't get the point. Yeah, exactly. Because you wanted to rush through the process, so you don't get it.
That's right.
The same way when you be going to your house like every time you stop at this gas station, that one day that you're rushing to get home, but you still gotta get gas somewhere, somehow you pass the gas station.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we've all had that happen.
Yeah, because you wasn't really, focus on getting gas and get to your house. You was more worried about on getting to the house. So therefore, you on your way getting to the house, passing the gas station, and not even realize that you gotta turn around. Oh shit! I just passed the gas station.
Yep, that's how we trip ourselves up.
Yeah, that's what we do. By going to the point, going straight to the point, we're cheating ourselves out of the process. So there is no wisdom in what we're saying. Everything that we're saying is no substance, is no wisdom, because we didn't go through the process. People can hear you talk and they're like, man, you don't even sound like you about this shit for real. You just be talking that shit.
Man, if you never talked it, you would never fucking get to experiencing it. It's like you gotta start somewhere, kind of like I was saying earlier. It's disingenuous if people would be saying that. Yo, I'm gonna let this play.
You don't.
Yeah,
Sometimes people don't be experiencing things they be talking about because they just hear it. Like, for example, if somebody telling me that, okay, there is a bag of money down the block, right? But I never went down the block to see the bag of money by on my own and actually touch it and smell it and know it was that money and and test it out. I would never know. Now I could go ahead and tell somebody else, hey, yo, bro, is a is a bag of money down the block. They're gonna ask me, man, how you know? And if there is 100, a bag of money, why you ain't got no money? How come you ain't getting no money from it? Because if you knew there was a bag of money, you will get you some money from it if you need money, right? So what people will do, they were like, oh man, I don't need no money like that, but the whole time you can tell they need money. Or people will tell you stupid shit like, oh, look it up, man. Look it up for yourself. They'll tell you stupid shit like, look it up for yourself, go and see for yourself. Instead of telling you, man, I know this shit, man, because I got me some money from this shit. This money I got right here, this house that I bought, man, I got it from this money from the bag, So that's the wisdom, It's basically apply, the thing that you came in encounter with, whether it's knowledge, information, or whether it's an experience. So you have to experiment with it. Only when you experiment with it, you get the wisdom from it. Now you can actually tell people how you're not relying on telling them to go see for themselves, or relying on telling them, man, whatever excuse, instead of telling them how we just be giving them reason on why they should know, but we don't give them no reason on why we know. But the direct question always be how so which really a dangerous question, because it allows you to expose yourself to how or to expose yourself to the fact that you don't really know if it's there.
Well, and that's people blocking their blessings or missing the point. usually due to, being in some type of stubborn ego or mentality. They'll pass up something that could have benefited them just because they got worried about this overarching, oh, how am I being perceived, or why is this person? It's like how in the modern age people are cynical. People would be like, why is this person telling me about this? Why don't they just go get it themselves? Like, they automatically jump to these conclusions without going and based off the knowledge that was just given to them, going and figuring it out. It'd be, so yeah, I see what you're saying, bro. That's very interesting, bro.
Yeah, because
yeah,
it's not a problem. It's not a problem that it's not like me personally. I don't have no problem with somebody telling me to do something, but I have a problem when they're not doing it for themselves. You see, like now you make me don't want to take you serious because you're not even really about that. You just talking it. Now if you tell me something and I could see how you the product of that or how you experimented with it, most of the time it speaks for itself. You don't even gotta tell me about it. I'm like, man, hey bro, like put me on to this and that, man. How you be able to do that? How I see you've been doing this for a little bit, can you this and that? So it's going to be me taking an approach. I'm gonna come and ask you about it, because I could say speak for yourself, even if I'm interested or not. But I'm gonna ask you about it. A lot of time we don't be interested in things, but we just be asking about it, because we want to know. But that doesn't mean we want to get into it. You know what I'm saying? So I was just speaking from that perspective that if you're just talking just to talk, it's okay, but say that. But don't act like you talking and living by that when, the result, is showing something different. Now that's when the problem come into place. Like, I don't have no problem, nobody telling me like, yo, go down the block is a bag of money. But if you yourself is struggling with money, now I have to look at you different. Like, hold on, how it's a bag of money down the block, but you're struggling for money? Something must be wrong with that money, or ain't no money down there for real. So what's the point of telling me there's money there, right?
Good point. Yeah, I see that. I see that opposing side as well completely. It makes sense.
Yeah. And that's why I see a lot of people, man, they don't have no wisdom from the information and knowledge that they are getting because they don't want to experience it. So they just be going around repeating shit, talking just to talk, and they always being put in a position to be exposed. Whether you expose that you really know what you're talking about and live by that, or you're going to get exposed that you don't know what you're talking about. That's why I say it's a dangerous way, to a dangerous position for people to put themselves into.
Yo, I'm gonna let this song play real quick because when you were talking about water earlier, it just kind of made me think of this Killer Priest song.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's go. Killer Priest 5.
Royal Priesthood. Yeah. Vedic Vape Papers. Yeah, on nature. Yeah, here we go. 2. Call me Captain Invisible, Master Original, Super Saiyan of Saiyans, graphic and visual, math metaphysical, rap somewhat mystical. From a sun-disk vehicle, I come to spit lyrical. When I talk, I force crowds to come forth. As I return lyrical hip-hop to its source. That's food for thought. I add salt, so let it sit in the pot like broth. Stir it till it cools off. Nourishment from New York sidewalks. Rent with high cost apartments. Vents and loft space and treble was twist. The ghetto was lit. I take my space behind the tape as the next pharaoh to sit. From sunrise to become Ra. Then I became God from King's Yard. Brooklyn from the train yard, spray paint, brave saints, late night rain hard, engraved ink they drink back on the boulevard. My flow irritate demons, make them uncomfortable like it's a palm reading. Cause when I write it's like I'm foreseeing those in your circle that will hurt you and across regions. I call them out throughout our 4 seasons. They say my quotes galvanize ghosts and make the place spooky, like cemetery chase in the movie. My pen embraces beauty, a taste of grace, a face with 4 aces, greatness truly. To balance the brilliant bipolar, try yoga. Till the skies lower than climb over. The time flow, I baptize Noah. Joan of Arc, my refuse to get up persona. Rosa Parks, this is mental health help. Protect the temple, be gentle with self. The giant to elf, though it seem hard, it's simple with stealth. Attentive, attractive, anxiety disorders. Super supportive, silent schizophrenia. Dementia door walker. Dementia for millennia before the authors of Horus. Before the spirits moved across the waters. And my lyrics wrote themselves in Taurus. And Methuselah finally had rigor mortis. Now man makes machine to dig through the forest. The land placed with kings till he's to the orbit. I'm the understanding place in my queen in August. But there's more than 16 bars to improve God.
Words
You know,
created. We communicate
yeah, I don't
through
know.
social media.
It goes back to the words, but the words. Think about it. Before you even formulate those words, before you make those movements of the lips, and you know, like whatever the structure of it, whatever to call it, the fucking the vibration, the tonality, whatever you want to call it. Regardless, that has to happen before it's even projected into this reality, you know.
Well,
I'm saying before the tonality of the word or whatever, you have to think about that in a way, you know, and like, you know, create that thing in the correct way and bring it in here. So it goes way beyond you know, just like what you see right there, like
Hey, can you still hear me, bro?
I could.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Oh, just wanted to make sure because I kind of
Yep.
step away a little bit. Just wanted to make sure the connection is there. But yeah, Killer Priest is the, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I think you're breaking up a little bit. You said Killer Priest is what? Mic check, bro. Yeah, you were cutting out there with whatever you just said about Killer Priest for a moment.
Did I get caught off?
To play a certain.
Yeah, you were cut off right as you said Killer Priest. You were saying Killer Priest is fire or something? Yeah, it cut out. Yo, I can hear the crickets, so your mic should be working. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh yeah, it's my internet. But yeah, I was basically saying, you know, he be coming from, you know, all angles. So, you know, if you tap in, if you tune in, you're gonna fuck with Killer Priest.
Bro, ever since I found Killer Priest, dude, it was a paradigm shift when I found his music he was making. I'm like, oh wow, like I've heard people do spoken word poetry type shit or whatever. It kind of mixed with rap, but like the way that he says shit and the visuals it can give you, I've seen some artists do that, some rappers do that, but man, it's just he's on a whole different level, bro. He's on a whole different fucking cloth. That guy is so fucking unique, and it's just I love seeing how he's evolved basically from the Wu-Tang days
This
to
why
now
hip hop
making
is.
music independently.
This is why hip hop is. It's about being unique and have your own style, your own flow, your own delivery. You know that sound alike shit. You know that biting style shit. You know is some. You know is to basically assimilate. You know rap in the matrix. Basically, is to assimilate rap in the matrix because rap came from beyond the matrix. Right, rap was a way of expressing. You know. the impact the Matrix have on us. Now we just going around expressing how we love it in the Matrix. I don't know if you're hearing me, if my mic went
Yeah,
out,
I hear you. No, you're coming in.
but yeah.
We'll just play a little bit. See, Bex is over there. That's kind of part of why I wanted to restream this and see what was going on. Interesting looking panel. And plus, I fuck with Cage. So whenever I see him live and he's only got a couple people going, kind of like I only got a couple people right now. I never really go live late usually. This might be interesting.
Cage,
Like,
I fuck with Cage, but
yeah, I like
he
Cage.
be
Yeah.
I fuck with him, but he need to. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, because this time he be giving me the vibes he's doing it on
Yep.
purpose. But I feel like he need to work on his approach and delivery, because he have
Yeah, I
a
agree.
fire energy. He embody, a firing energy. And if you don't, know how to approach people, you will burn them, So he need to, find out, a better way, when it comes to his approach and delivery. But other than that, I fuck with him. It's just that, his approach and delivery be throwing him off. His approach and delivery don't create the space for him to express himself. It create that space that where he always gotta be fighting to, express himself.
Yep. Unnecessary opposition. I agree. I've seen it. Yeah, I completely agree with you, man. From my interactions I've had with him ever since I started hopping on these panels, I would say the same thing, man. As much as I like him, he does need to, chill out on whatever the fuck it is that's getting him to be unreasonable at times and out of pocket. Or like, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, actually, about like false power positioning, or like, giving game when it's like you're not actually giving game here. Don't act like you're you're giving knowledge to these people below you or whatnot. It can be a condescending tone that he has at times, like he's getting people right to the truth
Yeah,
and shit.
it's really in his approach and his delivery,
Yeah.
right? Well, it's more is his approach, because most of the time his approach don't allow him to get the delivery, So it's like, because he always stepping on somebody else's toes and, cutting somebody else, to say what he's saying. So people always have to defend their territory. There's, they have to show that, listen, man, you're not going to be walking all over me like that. So, because that don't allow him to have his delivery. But I think, if he'll be able to, to chill out.
Yeah, man. For sure. All right, I'm gonna let this play a little bit and
Imagine
catch
a
up.
fucking flame coming,
Oh
in your
shit.
face. You're like,
Yeah,
God
you're
damn, like, back off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you burning shit out of me. That's it. That's the energy, the vibe that I'm getting from him. That, he don't know, when to come in, and when
yeah.
come in, even if already in. It's like people that will see you in the line and they'll just come, I don't know, act like in there. It's like, come on, bro, like, you see me there. You're standing there.
Hey, you're starting to break up, Naga.
So, oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you're still breaking up.
And I don't know. I think that's because of my connection.
Yeah, hey, you might want to try coming back in.
All right.
Yeah, Cage needs to fucking learn how to be more graceful and yield at times. And you're right, Naga, no doubt. Shout out to Cage though. Let's see what's going on over here, man. Be some secret gems and lore going down, like this shit right here.
Fucking frequency, and they can't even hear it because we aren't hearing.
Right? I can't. That's all.
It's a
Doesn't
bunch of
matter to me
nonsense.
now. Right now, Cage, they got me under seven days a week health care. I got.
Yeah, man. Right as you left, I was just saying I agree that, Cage could definitely use some more grace at times and to be able to yield in certain conversations and see how it could bloom into something, a certain build or dialogue on panels. But he'd be cutting in unnecessarily and uh, just creating shit, throwing shit around unnecessarily that doesn't serve anyone. But I don't know if he's been drinking. He'd be coming on OTWs sometimes, fucking sounding super hammered up in the middle of the night, attending to his weed plants, probably drinking as well. And
Can you
yeah,
hear me,
I'm not
bro?
judging. Yeah, I hear you. You're back.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's the only thing. That's why I say I'm not sure if he's aware that's what he's doing, because a lot of time he be giving me the vibes that he know what he's doing, and if he know that's what he's doing, he should know that's not going to allow him, that's not going to allow him to have a platform, where he'll be able to have, his deliveries, for him to be able to deliver his message, because that is his message. If he know what he's doing, but what he's doing is the message. You know what I'm saying? This is what people are going to say.
Yeah.
This is the vibe people are going to get from him. So when he comes in, people, he ain't even gotta speak and to cause no disruption or anything. People are going to see him as disruption itself.
Yeah, that reputation that gets gained over time. Completely, bro.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
why I
I'm
say
on.
I don't know. That's why I say I don't know if that's what if he know that's what he's doing, and if he
Well,
do,
in my opinion, Naga, from my experiences interacting with Cage, there's definitely been times where I can tell he's conscious of it and doing it on purpose. But there's definitely been other times, whether he's drunk or whatever, I don't know. There's been times where I can tell he genuinely doesn't realize he's acting as an agent of chaos, uh, or taking things in a direction unnecessarily going haywire. Uh, but yeah, man, I appreciate the thoughts. I want to pause our convo for a second and just see where they're at, what they're talking about, because I've seen Bex hop on cages before, and actually I've done this a couple times in the past. It's just like, I see it's a small panel or stream, and not too many people are over there, maybe just a few. I like to hop on and have a conversation with him if he's being reasonable and, not being out of pocket, as we were just saying. But yeah, man, it's interesting. I see Axis is over there as well, so I want to see what they're talking about. We're a little behind, but only by a few minutes. We'll let catch
Bro, I
up.
have him on fucking.
Oh, what? Oh man, we should. I wonder what was going on. It's fucking down now.
yeah, man,
Fuck,
that's crazy.
man.
We just missed it.
For real. Oh shit. Oh, that. Well, I'll figure some things out. We'll just say that. I'll figure out what happened that we may have missed. Probably isn't anything too special, but fuck, I didn't catch any context of that. Oh well.
Yeah, everything
We've been
everything
having a
always
good conversation, so it don't matter.
everything always comes out to the light. So eventually, there's going to be a recall on the next live stream, or people going to carry the conversation on a different panel, because usually when the energy is out, the energy bounce around, because we like a wall for the energy to bounce around, because we're not reciprocal, we're not receiving the energy, and actually expressing the energy and release it. So that energy have to be expressed and be and get released. Unless that energy get to be expressed, it can't be released, because the only way you know the only way out for the energy is through an expression.
No
I
doubt.
don't, yeah. So the energy going to bounce around, so we definitely going to find out what happened. Like I said, the conversation going to be carried out onto different panels. The next live, live
The
going
ripple.
to, yeah, it's like a whole ripple effect. It's going to bleed out, to everything that's connected to the panel, and everybody that's connected, to the channel. It's going to bleed out.
Damn straight. In fact, I'm looking at who's live right now. Yeah, and well, what you were saying there goes back to the off-gassing, like the natural aspect of biology to off-gas or vent, the extra energy or whatever that needs to be, released, exhausted.
Yeah, the energy gotta go through a transitioning phase. It gotta be, the energy gotta get transitioned.
All right, I'm about to pull up another. We Are Awake TV is live right now, and feel free to keep adding to the convo if you got more to share. I don't mind pausing, but I am going to be looking through, seeing what's going on and whoever's live right now, especially since Cage just ended his shit short.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, some people like to take their shit down right away as well. So I do like to catch things in the moment. Not necessarily like I was saying earlier, I'm not out here screen recording everyone, trying to catch people slipping or some shit. But I do like to sometimes screen capture if I know, like someone like Cage or others, I know they tend to take shit down, not because of anything bad, but just like they like to encourage the whole idea of, well, you gotta be there while it's live to experiencing it, and it makes it more valuable in a sense. And I get that, but I also like to be able to save shit that people have taken down or only had up while it was live, and then revisit it later for other people that may have missed. For example, there was only one or two people watching that Cage live stream, um, and something could have gone down there. It was Bex and Axis Rat Blood over there. It was looking like an interesting panel. Cage sounded drunk, and but it's
A
gone.
quick,
So
a
all
quick,
good though.
a
Go
quick
ahead.
interjection. You never uh experience, a time that everybody is talking about you in their live stream, or somebody in the chat or in their chat talking about you. Like, it's like everywhere you go, people either talking about you on the panel or they talking about you in the chat. You never experienced that.
Almost like in a synchronistic sense. Yeah, yeah, I have. I think we all have, probably to a certain degree. We get like these intuitive, polls to click on something, and then it just so happens that it applies, or whoever's on there applies to what's being spoken on, or whatever situation's happening at the time.
Now, well, it's that too, but what I'm saying is that
Yeah, go ahead.
it's like the conversation is about you. It's like you go on the panel and people could be talking about anything they're talking about. And as soon as you come in the chat and you type something in the chat, people is just now everybody in the chat is talking about you. It's a whole another conversation about you in the chat, you know, like where people not even paying attention to the live stream no more. People just paying attention to what's going on
Yeah.
in the chat, or and then you say, all right, man, I'm done with that. I'm fin to go on a different panel, see something else, and you go to another panel, and now everybody on the panel is talking about you, and you go to a different panel, like if the topic, is still around you, whether it's in the chat or on the panel. I'm saying, I've experienced time like that where I'll be up on the panel, and some way somehow people going to make the conversation about me or what I stand for, you know. And then I say, I bet I'm finna to get up out of there. I'm not about to argue with everybody, this and that. And I go into a different panel and I'll just type, hey, what's up? Salute to everybody in the chat. And everybody will be picking on me in the chat too, you know. And I'll, go back and forth with people in the chat for a little bit. And then I leave again, go to another panel. Some way, somehow, their conversation revolve around me still. So I'm saying I've experienced that, which let me know that things, that specific moment let me know that things revolve around me. That things revolve around me. I'm really the center of everything around me. You know, so like I don't have to, to try to get to things because I'm already with the place where everything is at. So things going to find their way to me. This is why we speak about
I like that.
manifestation.
Yeah.
This is why we speak about manifestation and what's the other form? Uh, Attraction. You know, where we have to be able to attract things to us. You know, or we have to be able to manifest things because things come to us. You know, because we are that magnet that's pulling everything around us. So I just wanted to bring that in that quick. Like, we don't really miss nothing for real. Like, we exactly
Yeah.
where we supposed to be, where we where we need to be. Now we might not be where we want to be, you know, or where we think we're supposed to be, but we are where we're supposed to be. You know, we ain't missing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I can resonate with that, man. That's well said.
You talk, but that's there's so many pieces to just that.
Designed, how it functions, and the language that helps us most understand and propagate communication with it.
Oh shit.
It's been pretty fruitful, but I wanted to add to what you were saying. One is probably kind of oppositionary, but the other is I see time as kind of like a tool, a small tool of measurement that is a useful tool in this construct. But everything that I've ever understood about my research to this point is cycles. Things are on cycles.
Of NPC people, you know?
It's chapter 12.
Okay, you can close your eyes. You can imagine your hand in front of your face or whatever, down, whatever, like whatever where your hand could fucking meet. You can imagine that with your eyes closed. You know what I mean? You can map it. Certain way, moving around.
Okay.
And then you can hold on. Then you can get into deeper visualization or imagination skills to say warp reality. And pretty much what you do is, there's just one way to train it. You can have any object in your mind, in your hand. Right?
Okay. What you need to do, bro, is you need to really just sit back and collect the data and really just think, bro. When thoughts are being thrown out and ideas and different things, we're hearing things from other people. We're talking together. I don't stop jumping in with what you want to say. Really, let's collect the data. I already know what you're gonna say, bro. Let's keep going.
I'm almost done. So what you can do, you can visualize an apple, any object in your hand.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
And you can start with your eyes open. You can start without closing your eyes, and then you can close your eyes. You can map that out. You can have an object in your hand. You can look at it, with every specific detail to the point where, you can move it, and you'll have different refractions off the light. It'll look differently, with that sort of mapping. And then from there.
Okay, thanks, bro. You're almost like a little trolly, and you might be an agent of the Matrix, bro. Honestly, you might be one of them. I'm not joking, bro. I'm getting worried about you.
Why is that?
Oh shit!
Like seriously,
oh
bro.
My God.
I don't know who sent you to derail the conversation, but it's starting to get a little uncomfortable, to be honest. So let's just see where we're at with this conversation, this stream, where we're at, and let's really collect the data, and then we can give our thoughts on what's currently happening.
Hold on. So you're saying automatically because you're feeling uncomfortable. You think you should be comfortable all the time? I mean, you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable at the end of the day. But why? Okay. Because the people running the shit, it make you very comfortable. That's the whole fucking point.
Hey, bro, can you just let's chill and let's listen to the video and then jump in with our thoughts and be strategic on, everything's been going smooth and you came up and everything's been a little confusing and it shouldn't be. Let's share our thoughts when the time's right. Everything's been flowing. And please, I want to have you up here.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up and allow it to happen. But why are you confused for? Answer that question. I'll shut up.
Then he came out again, never talked about it again. Like potentially one of the greatest pieces of information that's been given to the human race. He just stopped talking about it. The Institute itself, I know a number of people called them and tried to get, well, can you tell us more about Loosh? Can you tell us more about, and they refuse to talk about it. They just ignore it. And it's like, that to me is the strangest part of the whole story, is not the presentation of the Loosh itself, but why does him and everybody else now involved with Robert Monroe want nothing to do with that information? To me, that's really strange.
Yeah, like Tom Campbell is another big name at the Monroe Institute, and I don't think he's talked about it at all in any of his 3 books on My Big Toe. Not once.
And I mean, literally, if it's not the greatest revelation of human knowledge, then at the very least you should be presenting, well, here's why we don't think it is. This is our official stand on it. And they just have zero, you know. It would be like me coming out saying, yeah, I was walking here around Scandinavia and I found the largest pyramid in the world. No one knows about it. It's the most amazing thing ever. Oh, let's go see it. No, I don't want to show anybody. It just, you know, don't worry about it. Forget about it. What? Right. You know, it's kind of what it's like. It's the strangest thing. So I wonder if someone somewhere had a little chat with Mr. Monroe.
Bro, the little tiny remarks and stuff is very childish and petty. You talk about this mind and manifestation and clearing your mind and controlling the reality and all this stuff, but the way you act in these conversations is so childish and petty. Like, I'm really taking this seriously, bro. And like, you put me in a weird energy, and it's just not necessary. So I'm trying to get refocused. So please don't blurt in with it's extremely weird.
Unfortunately, yeah, it is necessary, my friend.
No, please. I'm not gonna play this game, dude. So I'm gonna continue. I want to get refocused and
ask me a question. Look at the time right now.
You're drunk, bro. I know you've been drinking.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have, bro. I could hear it.
I've been drinking Ian Loosh.
You're definitely drunk.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're my uncle's cousin.
Can I say something right quick?
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I think I speak on that early before too. I think a lot of time people use being drunk as an excuse to why certain things are the way they are. You know, I think things are the way they are, you know, that don't have nothing to do with being drunk or being high or, you know, I think it's just what, you know, it's just what they are because, you know, people can be drunk and do some, you know, positive things. Right? So, and you know, being drunk don't have nothing to do with it. It's just that the person, you know, was on a positive vibes, you know, and they drank, you know, and the alcohol, you know, amplify, you know, that positive vibe they had. And somebody can be on a destructive vibe, you know, and the alcohol boost up, you know, the destructive abilities, you know, so now they become, you know, so destructible, you know, it's like they damn near unstoppable. But that don't have nothing to do with, you know, the alcohol. The alcohol just amplify that, you know.
Yeah.
At
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, these nuances or these experiences can be more nuanced, and you know, we shouldn't just chalk things up to, oh, it's this is in a system or that's in a system. That can be an aspect, but it's not the sole reason for the interaction or experience that, oh, someone's inebriated. So I hear you.
It's interesting to speak about this ever again.
Yeah, do you think maybe that's from like
It'll be
selling
your
of books
best
because,
interest
you know,
never to
it doesn't
speak.
sell as well if you give people this information because it scares people?
Oh, I don't think it'd be that necessarily. I mean, I can see, of course, you've got this problem. As soon as you have an organization and you're selling,
and see what happens, people, especially on this channel, when we get in these deep conversations, the Matrix agents come in and disrupt things. We've seen it many times here because we get in deep conversations. We don't focus on gossip, petty drama, and what I think about this person and that person. Like, we're really focusing on revolutionary thoughts and ideas beyond this realm into the core of this system and understanding of who and what we are.
Only reason
And
why I'm on
whenever
here,
we're there, they come in, people, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. They are in this
Can I
hive
say
mind
something?
system.
Can I
So
say
some are
something
totally
again?
connected and a part of the hive mind.
Can I say something again? I think people missing that it's a paradox that whenever, you know, opposite attract and things that the same attract also. So I think, you know, people need to understand that once you channeling, you know, to do good, you have good, you know, you have good things follow you, but you also have bad things chasing you, right? So you basically putting yourself face to face with things that's bad. So things that's bad going to be, face to face with you, right? So to be on a try to be on a positive energy, going to attract people that's on a negative vibe anyways, don't mean that it's always going to attract people that's on a positive vibe. It's going to attract people that's on a negative vibe, because the vibe, that you're creating, they are the mirror for that. They are the mirror for that energy.
Yeah.
So they're going to show themselves, and show, how, the role that they play in it. And it's the same thing too. People that do bad always going to show you the good things that they do, and with the battle and the bad things they do. So these things go together, So it's beyond, it's beyond the matrix. You see? It's beyond the matrix, where you're not dealing with this complexity. You're just dealing with the whole picture, and you could just see the whole thing, how it played out. But in the matrix, like I said, what I'm saying, things play out differently, but at the end of the day, it's all connected to the same action that's being taken. Just like if you drop a rock, in the water, it's going to create a whole bunch of ripple. If you go on a mountain and scream, it's going to create a whole different bunch of different echoes, different sound.
And that's what they are. But some of them have connected to that hive mind and is being used to get us off timelines, disrupt conversations, disrupt our divine timelines we're on. It happens in our life, even online. And it's so obvious.
Especially online. It's way easier doing it online than it is in real life, obviously. That's why you see all these
Let's continue. Please, dude. I'm begging you, bro. I want to have you up here, but please, man, please.
Bro,
You're just scaring people away.
Please, man, please. Yeah, I'm scaring away from the truth. The truth is scary. Yeah, look at.
I'm not gonna, bro. Please stop. Thank you. Please, thank you.
Okay, I'll shut the fuck
what
up.
you sell is
Thank you.
happiness, right? You can't.
Right.
Truth doesn't sell. So you're not gonna make much money if you're selling truth. I'm certainly a testament to that. But you have to sell things that people want to buy. So that's one possibility. But I think enough people,
buy this,
certainly
huh?
over the years, have been really interested in this one chapter, and they would like to know more.
You want to buy this? Oh yeah. You have to sell. They don't want truth. They want something you want to buy.
Bro, dude, seriously, you're acting like super disgusting. I'm gonna boo you.
Listen right quick.
I'm gonna boo you, bro.
Extos.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Fine.
Listen, right?
Yeah, I got you.
That type of energy is the type of energy.
Yeah.
You can't way out. You have to supervise it on the way out. So you have to let it come in, let it straight to the back door, to the exit. Because you can't show that energy to just, slowly, find its way out, without, doing anything harmful to the body. So you have to supervise that type of energy until it get out.
Proper direction.
So you don't walk your talk at all, just so you know.
Yes, I do actually. I wish you.
No, you don't.
All right.
Practice what you preach.
Are you
all right?
sure about that? Are you sure?
Let's continue here.
No,
So I wouldn't have been surprised if they put out another book, the book on Lush, a whole book just on that. They could forget about it and go back to all their other stuff, but I bet you it would have sold really well, especially in the Carlos Castaneda era of the 70s, when so many people were reading his books. And I think a book on Lush by Robert Monroe would have sold wonderfully well. So I don't think it would be that. It's got to be something about somehow Monroe himself decided, I don't want to talk about this anymore for some reason, and never even talked about why he didn't want to talk about it. So it's just weird. It's just weird.
So another spiritual book I wanted to bring up.
So no one's treating anyone like anything. Everything was flowing great until this guy came up here and started just rewind, dude. Everything's been going very great, and then all of a sudden this just weird, confusing, pointless stuff's going on. So
all right, so
let's continue. I don't want to hear.
Hold on. I'm a lot younger than you. I'm trying to.
Let's continue.
To you is the Tibetan Book of the Dead. When I don't know if you've like skimmed through it at all, but is there any like Gnostic concepts in that book? Is there anything like any?
Sorry, Cofro Zero. Everybody, We're not going to deal with it today. I'm not going to let it go any further. You know what I mean? I'm really trying to focus, so I apologize for that. And then they get you off. It's just like this disruption, you know? And like, I'm not down with it anymore. I don't want to play that game. It's not fun. It's like, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to play these games like people online. Like, I'm taking this shit very serious, you know? So.
Valuable information, you think, in that?
Definitely there would be valuable information. I didn't go through it too deeply because I was spending so much time working with the Egyptian texts. So we have the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is quite similar actually to the bits I've read of the Tibetan one. But the Egyptian book, the one that's known as the Book of the Dead, of your consciousness in finer realities, other realities, you know, I think that could have value. Just finding more
into, you know, the transmuting part, and that always sounds like forgiveness. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And and they were talking about the tuning and the dark city,
right?
And that kind of hit me. That kind of hit me a little earlier, but he's kind of right. But the hard part is, you know what I mean, how to turn all that suffering and you know, the hate that's even given into, you know, the transmuting part, and that always sounds like forgiveness. You know what I mean? It's like, how did I turn that hate and I love my enemy somehow? And so I think the confusion comes in when we don't know the definition of the word forgiveness is actually to carry, you know, and that means it's not acquittal, because in the laws of Moses, Moses says that he's quick to forgive, but he doesn't acquit. He by no means acquit. And I think that explains this place. You know what I mean? He's forgiven us. He's carrying on with us. And we can't transmute that energy when we sanction people. You know what I mean? We try to exclude people. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking about, you know, the mark of the beast and all that. And I'm not into validating any books past the Book of Moses. That's how I've always been. But it's up for you to decide. I just tell people to believe in the Book of Moses. And it's so much easier because of the standards, you know, the laws. That's the precedents. It's just universal. But either way, whenever we're sanctioning someone, you know what I mean? If we don't want them to be able to buy or sell, think about that. It says, who does that? You know what I mean? They sanction, they exclude. And then
Can I
how do
say
you
something
forgive
again,
that? And then
Exos?
want to see them a part of your reality again, and want to see them.
For sure.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I think, again, one of the things that we pay attention to the most, that we're supposed to pay attention to less, is going up and down. You know, I think there's two different type of forces that people are trying to describe in this reality. Is the force that go up and down, and the force that go from left to right, you know. And one of them, you know, the force that go up and down, you know, always, you know, come down. Everything that goes up must come down. But the things that go from left to right, you know, expand, you know, to infinity. There is no end to it. What's stopping, you know, what is the wall for the left or the wall for the right? You know, there's really no wall there. But when you're speaking from above and below, there is a wall which is God and a wall which is the devil. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think, you know, that we focus more on that, you know, on the part that where we always going to hit the wall. When we hit our head on the wall and shit, and we start seeing stars. So I think, you know, we choose to go that route, you know, instead of looking at things, you know, how things going, you
Well,
know.
and that's why it's the y-axis and the x-axis in mathematics, because if you look at the y, it's the up and down line, and the y is parting versus the x being more synergistic, balanced, and put together. So it even makes sense why the y-axis is the y-axis and why the x-axis is the x-axis, because that horizontal left to right dynamic is actually more powerful, especially after what you said there, than that the up versus down, because even in the Y symbolism, you see how it's the line that splits up into two directions because the Y-axis is promoting that split, whereas the X is promoting more of a synergy, bridging the gap, and being coming together, just synergizing, versus the Y being the split, just like a fork in the road.
That's a beautiful mathematical breakdown. I definitely resonate with that. And that's what I was basically saying in a nutshell.
Yeah, I totally got it. Definitely.
Prosper even, and maybe even serve them. They should be, their potential wasn't reached. We could have even been subservient to them if they had their stuff together. And loved them on that level to have want to see them, have actually done, these type of things. Even if it costs us. That's the only way that we can really transmute it. We got to think like he does. He's just carrying on with us, but he's not destroying us. And I think what we're doing is we're doing it to ourselves. We're coming back here because this is history. I think we're repeating history, like an irony, like they always say, we're doomed to repeat the history. But I think we do it because we don't want to be swept out to sea, either up in heaven or anywhere. Because think about it, if you got swept out to sea in an instant, everything you knew, even those bad people back there, no matter how bad it was, it'd be way more worse where you are now. And I think that's why we don't leave what we know. We know, God's history. We're obviously living in his head, since the Mandela effect, we've learned that we live in his head. Everybody's calling it the Matrix, but we don't. I don't think we won out. I think we keep repeating this, and I think there's some period of time of peace coming where I think everybody's alive all at once. That's what would make sense to me universally. Why would God bring us in here, have us be generational creatures, if there wasn't a time we're going to get to meet everybody? That's what's been coming in my mind. That it's kind of like a time coming that we could see the giants and everybody we've ever met, all at once. But it's no more. It's like a Sabbath rest. You know what I mean? It's like,
can you hear me?
What your past was, we got to knock it off now for a little while now.
Yep.
Yeah, you see, I'm reversible being, so I like to reverse that one. I think, I think it's the only reason why we left, I think actually it's because of what he's saying, and we're coming back, because we realize that there is nowhere to go to. I think, the only thing we put ourselves is in a loop to keep coming back, because we weren't supposed to left in the first place. It's like leaving home. You're gonna leave your home, but you gotta come back to your home because ain't no place like home, right? So every time you leave home, you're always going to come back home. So we come back because there's nowhere to go or to be but to be at home. So that's why we come back. So the part that we keep putting ourselves is in a position for us to leave, like trying to find a job, trying to do this, trying to do that. You put yourself in a position to leave, you know, and literally speaking, by thinking that okay, you aging, you getting old, oh you gotta die, So eventually, all right, you're gonna leave home because you're gonna put yourself to go to to get a job. You're gonna work, so you're gonna have to leave home and learn. You gotta come back home and learn to respect home, what home is, because that's where you lay your head at. So we're coming into our right mind as a people. You know, we're coming back home with this thing. So again, we keep putting ourselves in that position to leave because we want to leave the mind. To leave the earth is leave the mind because the earth is the mind. We're literally inside the mind. The sky is literally in your eye and disguise. In disguise. The skies is literally in your eyes in disguise. This is why everything is is being masked up. Is about is Halloween. It's about wearing costume, mask and makeup, like dressed up, covering up ourselves up, because we're masking ourselves up. So we keep putting ourselves that by living out the mind, you know, to be, outside of the mind, and then only to come back to the mind again. We keep living the right state of mind just to come back into the right state of mind as a being. So that's my reversing. I think, we did it in reverse. Instead of us thinking we keep coming back, we gotta thinking of why did we keep living in the first place. It's not why we keep coming back, it's why we kept living, why we kept on living this place. We should have. That's what the question should have been. But go ahead, bro.
Oh, what I was gonna say is what you were saying there had me thinking the concept of if you have a pure heart per se, then anywhere you go is gonna feel like home type shit. Uh, just kind of like I was saying earlier, the concept of people always moving around, thinking that a different geographical spot's gonna fix their problems type shit. Uh, anywhere you go can be home if your heart's in the right place. And it's why there's that whole saying, home is where the heart is. We could kind of reinterpret that a little bit to what I was just saying there, and Illuminati Congo, another good rapper, even says it's a simple statement, but it makes a lot of sense when you just think about it for a moment. He says, wherever you go, there you are. And I think that would play in as well. You are that. You are the home. Shit, you are the sacred temple type shit. How people be saying, but like for real, like actually meaning that, really embodying that to the point where you can feel comfortable. I shouldn't say the word comfortable, but you can feel that place. I should say wherever you are because of that type of mind state or heart space that you're embodying and generating and bringing and emanating with you.
Well, home is more like home is where you're supposed to be at. That's why you always come back home. But it's like things don't grow everywhere. Things don't just grow everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like you might take something from uh South Carolina and bring it, to Florida. It don't grow because that's not what's supposed to grow in the ecosystem. So, you know, things grow where they're supposed to grow. So home is where it's supposed to be at. But the consciousness supposed to be everywhere, right? So the consciousness is everywhere. But people think that the consciousness is not in the mind. So people don't look at it from a mind perspective, from a within perspective, how consciousness is from within. So people think that consciousness is something from outside where that they gotta go find themselves to. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no doubt.
I think the people that exit the matrix, I just don't think they die. Like that's what Christ is telling us. After that, we might see people die again, and they didn't live forever. They came back, and we've seen that with the Mandela effect too. People coming back that didn't live forever again. I mean, that's a common theme. I mean, for what reason? You know what I mean? But that's what Moses says. He kills and he makes alive again. So people that says that there's no resurrection in the Torah itself, that's right there in your face.
It's like
He's
what
making
I'm
us alive
basically
again.
saying.
We're choosing.
Right quick, it's like what I'm basically saying. The only reason why we don't get the whole picture is because we're not looking at it from a mind, perspective, from us, from the state of mind. We're looking at it from outside, from what we're being taught, from what we heard, you know. We're not looking at it from what we see, from what we hear from outside. I mean, that's coming from the inside, from how we see things from the inside, and how we think they connect, and how we navigate from the inside. That's the only thing that we're missing to connect this whole thing. That's why we feel like it's operate. I mean, it's separate, you know. But if we're looking at it, from a whole different perspective from within, which is the only place that we think is not at, then we're going to see how it's everywhere. It's where we're looking at, where is where we think it is, you know, like how we think consciousness exists and this and that and all of that is and all of that. How we even think AI, might be conscious isn't all of that, but you have to be able to understand or comprehend it how it that's what it is from the inside first, inside out, not outside in. But yeah.
Well, it makes me think of finding something finding something somewhere you would never expect to find it. Hence the whole hidden in plain sight or right under your nose uh, saying.
Who's in this? I truly believe that, all my heart. That what we're after is, following the truth. Of course, it's the most valuable thing. I think what happened is this story played out like eons ago. God created us in a garden, and the dominoes fell. And this is like the famous, tale that we just live over and over. And we want to know what happened. You know what I mean? We want to know how it got this way, whose fault it was. Well, I mean, all that stuff belongs to the truth. You know what I mean? The only way to obtain it is
But
to follow.
on a higher level, how would we need to know what happened when on a higher level we already know what happened?
Well, we want to know. We know, definitely. I mean, but the truth is what we're after, right? I mean, if we could know what they did in the end, that's what they want to hide from us the most. You know what I mean? That is the most terrible thing. That is the most ultimate reward. If God tells you, you know what I mean, how and who did what, I mean, you follow the truth then. You know what I mean? That's what the Gospels are saying. But it all belongs to Him in the end. You know what I mean? To be offended, we can get offended, but in the end, He's the only one that can, because He can get offended at us. You know what I mean? That was the ultimate lesson there.
Interesting.
The truth belongs to the person who's been here the longest. I mean, that's universal too. I mean, if younger people ask why, it's because I've been around longer. That's why. It's just how it is. And if
Can you hear me still?
whoever's perspective is the oldest,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be right to ignore them.
Can you still hear me?
Yep. Well, now we can't. Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me, Extos?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to make sure you hear me.
Yep. Yeah, you're coming through.
For that, because they could be right. I mean, that's just the way life is. It tells us that over and over.
Yeah, I question everyone and everything.
I know.
That's where all the deceit comes from. Is times we weren't there, people that we don't know existed, stories given to us by evil pedophiles and evil people in this world, giving us stories and people, mythology of what we need to believe, and that's the stuff I say the furthest from.
Exactly. Whatever the law says is abominable. That's what I'm saying here. I mean, but I think when you're following the truth, what happens is it depresses you. You know what I'm saying? Think about His disciples; they got depressed. You know what I mean? Thomas was saying, let us go and die with them and things, because.
Yeah, I mean to say something about the truth. The truth belongs to no one. The truth is it's just the truth, and everybody, can either, live in it, or ignoring it. But either way, the truth always going to be the truth. It's not nobody else's truth. I hear people say this all the time.
Yeah, right.
It's my truth. People say it's my life. People speak, with, like they possess this thing, like this thing is something to be possessed. Like, it's like they're like a demon possessing these things. Like how spirit possessing things, or ghosts, or whatever they say. So we go around trying to possess this thing when this thing is just what they are. Truth is just what it is, and it have its own order, or its own way. Life is its own thing. It have its own way. So we could either be in harmony with it, right, or be resistant to it, right, which is going to cause you to leave that state. Right.
And people are conditioned to operate off of overly subjective mindset. So I completely agree, man. In the modern age, that's why moral relativism is a thing. The idea that morality is relative to the culture and that type of shit, this gets us away from core objective truth the more that we start giving credence unjustly to the subjective experience. You know, the subjective experiences of individuals have to thread in to a greater, higher / more objective truth and state of being. You know, so it's like, yeah, man. There has to be that thread. There has to be that overarching thread that trumps basically these so-called subjective experiences, even if there can be value or utility in these in the subjectivity aspect. Like, yes, there is subjective truth, but there is the overarching and greater aspect, which is the objectivity, which, you know, subjectivity is just promoted more than it should be. Hence the whole gender thing that's going on these days and so on. Too much credence is given to that, and it allows for, you know, this wiggle room for all this nonsense that we're seeing in society, all this dysfunction, because we're not being held to a core objective standard or bedrock platform paradigm of objectivity. You know, so we can synthesize subjective experiences and perception with the objective, but we just have to keep in mind that it's just like the order of operations thing. One does hold more weight than the other. So I'm not sure how I was going to go about saying the rest of that, but I think I made my point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I see what you're saying. Is well, we have to understand that we're in the matrix. So the matrix is subjective, you know.
Right.
So because that's not the ultimate, you know, is not the ultimate truth, right? So not saying that the matrix is not true, right? But it's not the ultimate truth. So the matrix is subjective, right? So of course everything in the matrix is going to be subjective. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's going to be the most popular thing. So yeah, you know, people are going to be subjective to their own opinion or to the most popular opinion. And that's what people do. People don't even lean on their own opinion. People rather lean to the most popular opinion. That's why there is a saying, contrary to popular belief.
There you go. Yep. That was a good tie-in.
Yeah, you got it.
Right on.
The more you start to understand about how things are wrong, the easier it is to spot the evil around you. And then, as before, when you didn't know the law, you didn't know what was really being done, the world seemed a lot brighter. You know what I mean? But the more you follow the truth, it's going to look more darker, I think. That's because you've been, you know, next to the light. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, it can bring you down, makes it harder. The more truth you're trying to, but you know what I mean? We can't be him. So, I mean, we don't, but we don't want to be the many either. You know what I mean? Like you said, in the last days, many's hearts would grow cold because of wickedness. So we don't want to be the many, but we can't be the truth neither. And that's what's burning us up. Being too close to the sun, basically.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's what we're going through right now, myself included. And it throws that doubt in you. It's like, man, what am I still doing here? Why is it so bad? You know what I mean? This has got to be a joke. You know what I mean? Nothing seems real.
Right.
Well, what's really
yeah, go ahead.
What's really happened is that we understood that we understood, you know, the matrix for, you know, to be true for what it is. So we came into the matrix with a moral code, right? We came in the matrix with a moral code. A code, you know, got to do with, you know, coding, you know, dealing with, you know, the matrix. So we knew that the matrix was coded, right? So we came in with our own code, and what's happening is, you know, is a failure of our success. right? That's basically what's happening, is that we fail to succeed, on operating on our code. How do we, being operating under our own moral code, we will have a sense, you know, on where we at with all of this. There will be no uncertainty. We will definitely know without a doubt this is how it's going to play it out for us, and this is where we're going to be, right? We'll be able to make all the calculations just like they are making calculation and prediction. So we will be able to make our own calculation and our own prediction because we stick to our code. This is why there is a saying, stick to the code. But we don't stick to our own moral code. You know what I'm saying? We adapt a whole another set of code that was already created for us, or that was already created to be a part, to be a part of the matrix, and we just adapt that way instead of stick to the code that we came in the game with. So that's what I think that's going on. Is us fail, to succeed on sticking to our code, our own code. So we up we over here guessing what we think might happen, and where we might fit, and all of that, and how it's going to play out for us, because we can barely make the calculation to come up with our own predictions.
It would seem that aspects of this world work to strip us of that moral compass or quote unquote true north, through the distractions and just the life experiences that can take over and take us away from those core codes / principles, which we would call, the true north or moral compass. I'm gonna turn the volume up on this because my boy Pineal Power is live. I'm curious what he's doing over here and what's going on.
It's tough, man. Just slow down, because
No, I have my own. I mean, there is, but I have my own.
yeah, I can't do this.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, we have to just have to go
Trees
deal
not
with this,
affected
man.
at all. Like you have to be in a spot where you can, like a clearing, or
Yeah, I mean, it works really, I'm not that far away from society, so it doesn't. It's like Starlink, like Elon Musk's thing, which you have to have a clear.
Did I miss that? Somebody said, is that true? She said somebody chewed on her vagina.
Yes, yeah, that happens. Yeah.
He chewed on her vagina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Continue.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised you don't know about that story, but yeah, it comes up.
Work here, but it seems to work fine. Yeah.
Cool. Did you find out who egged your van?
I did not, but I mean, my brother said he did, so that's my best guess right now because he said he did it, but I don't, not sure. I don't have video evidence.
Well, do you think he would lie about doing it? Like, why would he admit to doing it?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't have any energy or time in me to fucking listen to random other people on streams right now, honestly, bro. But I really do appreciate you hopping on, Naga, because honestly, I ended up enjoying going back and forth with our conversation more than reviewing Axis Raplet or whatever the hell I had initially came on here to do. It was a nice sideline or sidewind, or I don't know what the fuck to call it. I like how it went, man. It was casual, and I say what I need to say about characters out here and what I see and what I know, and the rest will play out how it needs to. I got trust in that. I'm gonna play a song here. You can give final words, and I'm gonna play a song and shut down. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was basically saying, I definitely, agree with you. Like I said, from a bad and a good and bad and good perspective, But that's with everything. I try to not looking for the good and the bad or the positive and the negative because I know they come as a pair. I think I speak on that before. How I think I think life, just appear. The earth just appeared out of the water, you know, and life was with it. Life was in it. So, and appear, I'm saying, like how people appear out of nowhere, or how we say, things appear out of thin air. I mean, air. And also, I'm saying, appear like a tennis shoes, you know. So, I tend not to look at it, from that perspective, of each side, but I try to look at it, from the whole thing, as a peer. I try to look at the whole thing. So
Yeah, I can
I
respect
don't.
that.
Yeah, so that's with everybody too. I feel like a lot of people embody, that same energy. So it's like that energy always going to follow me as I climb up the ladder, or as I climb up that, on top of that pyramid. So that energy always going to follow me in a different form, or or on a different level, but it's going to be the same spirit that's saying the same type of energy. Just like, it's going to be my same spirit, you know, on a different type of level of energy. So they go hand to hand. So I know it's going to be people like him that's probably going to be even more respectful, you know, but they're always going to come out the same way, or people like that's going to come just like him but more disrespectful, you know. So or probably mutual. But at the end of the day, I know, that energy, when I see it, it doesn't matter, how it come, what speed, I recognize it, and
Right.
I'm gonna stand up, and face and let it know that, it don't welcome, the way it's coming. So, you know, but yeah, definitely appreciate, you open the platform, and shit like that. I ain't come up in a minute, even though I be in the chat, but I ain't come up in a minute, so I'm like, man, let me just tap in with you and stuff like that, And it just happened that you was playing, the video that, the live that we did earlier, so I
Right.
kind of speak on it a little bit. But like I said, man, salute to you, bro. Definitely support you 100%. I'll rock with you. And yeah, respect.
Yeah, likewise, bro. I really appreciate it, man. I'm gonna actually let this play for a couple more minutes, just so this, because Bex is here and she knows who John Thomas is, the guy that was just talking about Moses and all that. And then I'm gonna play a song in a couple minutes. But yeah, I'm gonna let you go here now, man. I really appreciate you coming up, dude.
All right, I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Hey, I'm sure I'll see you on some panels here coming up this weekend anyway. Salute, bro. All right, y'all. Yeah, Bex, fucking when I saw John Thomas on fucking We Are Awake TV, I said, my God, taking me back.
And he had some other dark issues with himself. But not to hate sin, but to be able to discern from it and to really not utilize nothing that I define as dark programming, that is dark actions, deeds, and behaviors and character traits, right? Somebody could show their face all smiley, but behind that smiley face, there could be dark intent behind it, which is what people call is sin. That I define sin as dark utilization of dark programming, that is the anti-field, that is the antichrist, that is the anti-devil, that actually shall bind one in darkness.
All our faces. Sin wants to use every one of us.
Right, it's going to attempt to use people as pawns, for sure.
It's trying to put every one of our pictures in beside that crime. You know what I mean?
You can hear Ian vaping. Yo, I thought that shit was Naga earlier on my panel. That's fucking Ian vaping. I remember hearing that shit back when I would hop on his panels. He'd be ripping that shit. That's funny.
Look like Ian or me. You know what I mean? The most. Whoever's trying to fight or follow the light. That's who sin definitely was trying. You know what I mean? It's just like you're pushing against. It's like running with your parachute. You know what I mean? Like those guys that run around on the track with the parachute.
Right.
Just make it harder.
And part of and John, part of your ascension that you're seeing and perceiving all this darkness is so you're never deceived by darkness. Remember, if we made all darkness disappear and we can't see it no more, not aware of it, then we won't see the anti-devil when it comes into our presence. Whether seen or unseen entities may arrive. I'll give you an example. For my being, if somebody gets angry or decides to have an argument with myself, I can immediately see the spirit working in them and identify them as a like an antichrist spirit, a familiar spirit. So for myself, I can see the spirit trying to work me. So as I see the spirit working myself, I'll give a receivable communication. But if it proceeds to tempt myself, to entice me to basically turn dark so I can be part of its clique and feed the fire, it won't happen. I just give a receivable break off respectively, and it ends there. So I don't lose my cool, and I don't get entrapped or enticed by somebody else trying to bait me with a resentment or an argument or something fiery that's going to attempt to shift my mood to a dark field. I definitely can feel the dark attacks. It's not always joyful, for sure. Like what you're experiencing is, you probably can feel when it's happening, for sure. But I don't give in to that spirit trying to entice me to sort of come into me. It doesn't come into me. It may tempt me. It may come into me. Let me repeat that. It may come into me and give me a temptation, but I don't want to define I resist it, but I'm discerning to wait long enough and to work energetically through the situation where the spirit will de-anchor it. It leaves through various energy work that I define, whether it be a thought of intent of clearing whatever has arrived, and just doing a clearing process that I had to do for many years. But when you're defining dark, yeah, it shall get dark. When people start to become wise as a serpent, they're going to get dark experiences. The temptation, the enticement that I define shall be one's conditioning, so they cannot be turned to an alternate resonance frequency of the anti-reality that is the temptations, and then one shall be possessed, what is defined by familiar spirits, the antichrist, the anti-devil, and his legion. So it is a process, for sure. The more one starts to get wisdom and knowledge, they shall be wise as a serpent and achieve eventually through self-regulation to not utilize dark programming, to be as innocent as a dove, so they cannot be what I define turned to the dark side, right? Energy, frequency, resonance change that is actually a reality channel change. So what you're going through is, yeah, it is a period of much testing and conditioning, and it gets dark sometimes. I can definitely vouch for you what you were saying. Yeah, it gets really dark some days, and you can definitely feel it. But it is the conditioning and the learning stage.
We're becoming energy frequency tunings. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we were talking about tuning earlier. You know what I mean? Like you say, you'll be saved by yourself, becoming energy work, energy frequency tunings.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
So if the tuning is the forgiving, so that's like a weightlifting. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when we say forgiving, we're not talking about acquittal. That's the trick.
It's just do what's right and don't cause any loss, injury, or harm to anybody. And it's like that simple. I mean, it's just
definitely and not confusing forgiving for acquittal. Those are two different things. When we say
And look
we don't forgive.
And Judd, the more one is getting into the frequency resonance of the illuminated path, the more the dark entities are going to come around and try to change the frequency, because the transmutation of dark energies being transmuted to luminary energies is when one starts getting more anchored into what I define a more potent frequency resonance. Of course, darkness is going to come around to snuff out the frequency resonance perceived as illumination, because it's actually transmutating, right, processing a lot of dark energy. And this is why you ever have a day, John, where even in this ascension you're quite joyful, and this events escalate where it's just it's like the opposing forces trying to shift you and snuff. I can feel it when I'm having good frequency resonance. I can feel when a spirit unseen comes around, tries to snuff out my energy resonance. That is my joy of illumination. I just feel it. It's just like this energy leaves from myself. I'm like, holy shit, it's just got snuffed out, and I can feel the shift of what we define as
We are blood brothers and sisters. Do you guys understand this? That me and Aphrodite are blood brothers and sisters.
She is literally your blood sister.
Oh, we are not. We are not. No,
No,
we are not.
we're blood up. We're blood up.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did the BOI, the heaven on earth BOI.
Me and Aphrodite are blood up.
Fair.
We have a connection.
Your sister's back.
Yeah, you're connected to a meth head plumber in Florida named Mark Braun. Okay, I got you. Continue.
I don't know how to continue. How do I get how do I get these ugly motherfuckers off my stream? Yeah.
Okay, we don't have enough water. They don't seem to want to see it. Okay.
Oh, it gets so fucked up, dude. It gets so fucked up because Grace thinks that when a man gets an erection, that it physically causes him pain, and that a female needs to actually relieve him of the pain. Yes.
No, fucking play it. Play it.
And
Play it.
having
Well, do you really think a
intercourse.
stranger? Do you really think just think about logically? Do you really think a strange man wants to invite you over to make out with him, give him blue balls, and then pass out at his place?
Yeah, so Grace thinks that blue balls is like an actual physical condition that causes the man pain, and that it needs to be relieved, or else the man will stay in constant pain unless blue balls is relieved. Yeah, exactly. This is what Ben does. I hate to go that route, but that's the way that this conversation goes. It's really fucked up.
It had happened to me before. It happened. It wasn't like the first time that I had gone home with a guy.
maybe guys your own age, but you knew he was much
Yeah,
older.
they were.
than
You're
you.
right. You're right. It was more guys my own age that I would just fool around with, and then,
I mean,
when-
this is my point. I don't know what you think about this, but Eric says it's perfectly reasonable. Get drunk and pass out at a stranger's house. I have to admit, like, why wouldn't you just go back home or just make out with him at the bar and then say, like, I gotta go? I mean, I think even that's like
I mean,
not fair to the guy, but
I mean, I'm my first, to admit poor judgment, like bad idea, like not safe decisions. But that doesn't mean, I signed up to get raped. Like I didn't just because.
Yeah, I thought I was not gonna have energy for some restreaming of panels, but shout out to Pineal Power, man. It's an interesting little catch here. I'm still gonna shut down soon, but I'm gonna let this run a little longer, just because we got some people that came back, and it's an interesting little restream here.
I made a bunch of bad decisions.
These two are super aggressive, super goofy. You guys are tweaking.
Decisions didn't mean I consented to him raping me.
some people would argue that going back to a guy's place after he buys you drinks at a bar is essentially sexual consent.
Well,
I
they would be
understand it's not
wrong.
technically, but that is
You
the
can
general concept of it.
No, it's not. You can consent all the way until you don't consent. You can consent to have sex, and in the middle of sex, stop consenting to have sex. And that doesn't mean that the guy can keep pumping away because you started, you have to go through with it. No, you can consent till you don't consent. Like, sex is not like a predatory thing. It's a two-person agreeing thing.
Well, but you say like you were making not safe
Can you
decisions.
pause it for a second?
But don't you actually think you?
Do you see her ticker? It says 10. She's doing the flow state thing now. $10 to backstage panelist.
That's not even flow stage thing. He stole that from that fucking retard.
Anton, whatever.
No, the guy that does the combat.
Speak easy.
Anton, yo, these fucking cross streets are small, man. But I know these people have been out here for years, so like it's not surprising they would know about these different channels and whatnot. But man, some of these channels I don't even want to go check out. The little bit I see from them. Anyway.
Speak easy. Yeah.
Okay.
You were making private.
But I'm telling you, this gets fucking wild. I was in the live
Little
chat. It gets dark, dude. Like, Distinction was in the chat with me. Like, it gets fucking weird, dude. Like,
Decisions. You were expecting guys. You just black out from the booze. Like, why would he need to drug you? 7 or 10 shots.
Because
I would have alcohol poisoning.
He
honestly.
was, yeah. That, and initially I thought that was what had happened.
okay, well, they go on about being blacked out, and it's clear that Grace has never been blacked out because she keeps coping about it. Anybody's has been black.
They're crying together.
Replied already. That's like 5 times today. Like 5 times in the sun up. He has
Nina
emailed
said
me back.
No, what did she say about me? Is she still drooling over me? I think.
Oh, I don't know what it said.
Stop. This is a comedy bit. This is hilarious. This is these guys are like next level. These are like who's the guy Jim Carrey played that you didn't know if he was trying to be funny or not. Like, I mean, that's what this is. This shit is hilarious. You know what I'm saying?
She just said no. It might not have been about anybody because sometimes she just drops me an email when there's something she wants to get. But I just
wondered
see
if
that she's
she
emailed
emailed
me recently and Paul has.
Yeah, I wondered if maybe she emailed since you saw me on here or something like.
It's not
hey.
really coming at me, Special K. It's I reply to what he says, and there's room to just be done with it, and he'll keep coming with that. Yeah, but that channel's going nowhere. You're pathetic. And it's like he'll say something to have a reply, and that's why I'm like, dude, I thought this was what you say. I thought I was the one blowing up your like, bro. I unsubbed. You only come to my channel and you're free to. But are you done? Like, do you get it? And you can't call me K. You can't get a ring out of this thing. I'm on a app number. I've never and I'm not scolding.
Just calling him too.
Yeah, JG, I'd call her Special Karen now. She's Special Karen.
Remember, I've never said I'm a person that even Sherelle Snow learned. Like, even Sherelle learned whenever we.
She was one of the ones she used to be a big, huge fan of Mr. EBT until I started talking shit about Tommy fucking popping a cap, getting methed out and popping a cap in his fucking dog. And all of a sudden, oh, I'm the bad guy. All of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. Now. Fuck you, bitch. I said it.
We were taking that contact. Even she couldn't get called or call me. I'll give her a Zoom or I'll give her a.
Well,
I understand no one.
But if you play around with fucking you lay with dogs, you're gonna get fucking dirty. You're gonna, this is
Right,
let's
right.
be honest here. It's
And
not
Aphro- Aphrodite's not really denying any of these facts, and she like completely is like honest about this, and she's like, I was young and I would go to the bar, and sometimes I'd go home with the guy and I just fool around with him, and then that would be the end of it, and then we would part ways, which I don't know, to be honest, that was a very common thing when I was younger, right? Like you didn't necessarily have full-fledged fucking intercourse with somebody, but there'd be cases where you just go and fool around with a girl and then you might not see her again, right? Like that was just kind of
Yeah.
a, you know what I'm saying? And that's what Aphrodite is saying here.
But yeah, but I also just want to clarify. I'm not being insensitive to what happens to women. I 100% understand that this type of shit definitely fucking happens to women, where they're sort of careful or carelessness, or they're wanting to have fun and just be carefree. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
carried away,
Yeah.
and men take advantage of that. And I completely understand that 100%. And I just
Yeah, and I'm not
I just
white
wish that
knighting.
women
I'm not white
would be a
knighting
little
for
bit
either.
more on guard about that sort of thing. And then
Right, and this is where Grace is pretty much kind of on point to some extent, right? I mean, you're gonna go home with the guy. You're gonna go to the guy's place. Uh, you know, things are gonna happen. Whatever. That's beyond the point. That is what it is. Whether or not Aphrodite's story is rape or not is really not the point of why this is funny to watch. We just gotta let it
it's
run.
kind of not even funny at this point. I'm kind of lost.
No. When Grace starts to, it's so fucked up. It really is so fucked up, and it's like if Grace is acting this out, then she's like really like an Academy Award winning actress. But like she honestly believes that like when a man gets erected, that like a female absolutely has to deal with the erection, like not for any sexual reason, just because the man is having a physical like pain to where he could like die from
What?
it, and that he has to be relieved of the
What?
pain of the erection.
What?
She thinks blue balls is
No
like
fucking
yes,
way,
dude. I'm
dude.
telling you, it's like
No
me
fucking
being
way.
distinction. This is like sexual cult programming.
Yo,
It's fucked
I
up.
gotta-
It's so fucked up.
This orange juice that tasted funny, and it was drugs. Because and then he had me brush
didn't
my
you
teeth so that it wouldn't transfer to
But
him.
Aphrodite, anything, especially orange juice, would taste funny after 10 shots of Jaeger. Don't you think that's true?
No, Grace.
Well, I mean,
I've been plenty blacked out
an
drunk
acidic
other
drink,
occasions
you had
in
just-
my life, and this
I'm
was
sure it
way
tasted
different.
funny. I don't know why he would give you orange juice, because I would
he
think
was
that
a
would make you
rapist.
nauseous after 7 or 10
He
shots,
was a
10
rapist.
shots of Jaeger.
He was.
Are you
this
sure you
was
didn't
a-
just feel nauseous at the taste of orange juice
No.
after so much alcohol?
No.
So it tasted funny, and then you continued drinking it, or you just had one
Yo, speaking of orange juice, I feel like I want to munch on some shrooms right now, to be honest.
Whoa,
sip, and then you said, "Oh, this tastes weird."
that's
I did.
me.
It was like in a
Yeah, I'm gonna do that
tumblers.
actually. I need that at the moment.
Why
And
would you
then
drink half of it if you thought it tasted funny?
Because I remember he was like standing over me, and then he
Yo,
was like, "Yeah,
pause it
try
for
it."
1
And
second.
then,
Are you
"Come
still
on,
there?
drink it, come on, it'll be good for you."
Oh, you
Maybe he
fucking
was trying to
lost
sober you up.
I mean, I know what happens, Grace. You can believe me or not. You're your own person, but it did happen, and it was drugs. And I know the difference between, being blacked out drunk, and somebody that chose me, you know, it was grooming. Like he chose me, and then he liquored me up, and then he brought me to his place, and then he drugged me so that he could have his way with me. It's like they call it sleeping
He didn't
beauty
bring you
syndrome.
to his place. He didn't bring you to his
Yeah, he
place.
did.
You went to his place with him freely, didn't you?
Because he asked me to go to his place. I
But
didn't
you
say
could have
like,
said no.
hey, let's go to your place.
But you could have said no. I'm getting a taxi home.
Yeah, I could have said no.
So he didn't pressure you. He asked you if you wanted to come back
I
to his
didn't
place,
say
and you
he
said yes.
pressured me. I said he brought me to his place, and he like walked me over. He like lived like right behind the bar.
All right, so that's kind of weird.
He
Where's
asked
your
you, like,
boutique?
he
I
asked you
need
if you
to
wanted to go
pause
to
this.
his place, and you said yes, and then you went to his place with him.
I went to his place. Yes.
Yeah,
and he
but
lives
you're
by himself.
phrasing it like he groomed you and brought you over. He asked you if you
did.
wanted to go back to his place, and you said yes. Look, Aphrodite,
Yeah,
every
I can
girl
barely
knows.
stand up.
Every girl knows when a guy asks after buying you a bunch of drinks at a bar. When a guy asks
Yeah,
you to go
you
back
can
to his
pause it for a
place,
second.
every
I
single
just
woman
wanted to
and man.
make something clear here. So this whole thing about the orange juice is kind of weird because
That
okay,
face you got it paused on. Holy shit.
yeah, this whole thing about the orange juice is very strange because the orange juice could not there could be no drugs in the orange juice and the guy still tried to take advantage of her. I don't understand why the orange juice has to be the thing that pushed her over the edge when she had self-admittedly took all the shots at the bar. Okay, that's number one. Like, why does this guy need further drugs to do it? He could have just, taken advantage of her at that point. You know what I mean? That
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
Grace does point that out. She's like, well, maybe the dude thought you were fucking drunk off your ass, and he was just trying to give you like, here's orange juice. Maybe you could sober up a little bit or something.
Yeah, or maybe he couldn't take no for an answer. Like that's all in the realm of possibilities there, and he just kind of did it, and she just sort of acquiesced to it. She could have said no, and then she sort of acquiesced with as a what is it, the possum playing dead thing, for self-preservation, which is probably a reality for a lot of women in those situations. They sort of play dead because they don't want any violence enacted on them. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, personally, I don't think she was raped during this story, but I mean, that's not even what. It's really that Grace is the way Grace.
Yeah,
Grace
but
is
continue.
going
Yeah,
down.
I want to.
Knows what that
I
means.
want to
It means
fucking
he
hit this
wants to
bullshit.
have sex.
Every guy wants to have sex all the time, Grace. Whether
No,
you're
that's not
drunk or
true.
not. Yeah, it is.
That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it
but
is.
men are not just animals. He probably liked you,
No,
thought
a
you were
lot of
cute.
a lot of women want to have sex too, but most people respect boundaries of consent, and he was taking that.
It sounds to me like he
away
did.
by
He did
drugging
respect
me.
your boundary of consent by asking you if you wanted to go back to his place.
Well,
If you
was he
were
supposed to
so,
lift me up and
if
carry
you were
me to his
so
place?
drunk, he could have just kind of cajoled you back to his place. But he asked you straight up,
I
"Do you want to
was,
come back to my place?"
Well,
That's a weird part of the story too.
He was respecting.
Yeah, and I also don't know is this the same guy that like took her DNA to like replicate her in the
Oh, yeah, that's
underground, like to make like Aphrodite fucking robots in the underground world? I mean, because that's
It always takes.
that's an actual story she tells as well. So.
That is true. That is something what she tells. But it always takes something true from nonsense to be spawned from. So yeah.
Your boundaries by asking you whether you wanted to come back or not.
How else would he get me to his place? Knock me over the head with his stick and say, "Come here, woman." Or
Well, according
"Woman,
to
no."
you, you were so drunk that you didn't know what was going on. You would have
I
gone
was.
anywhere.
I was.
Well, okay, two things. How could you be so drunk? How could you be so drunk then and still remember that he asked you whether he wanted you to come back? You wanted to come back to his place. And secondly, if you were so drunk, couldn't he have just?
What's also funny is that Grace started this like, let's bury the hatchet on this thing where I was making fun of your rape story,
Yeah,
And then
that's crazy. That's
she goes
fucking crazy.
she goes on for like 2 hours about her rape.
Hey, let's make up. Also, I don't believe you got raped. So
What I don't
Push
know what
you
you're
over
trying
to his
to.
place.
You're like splitting hairs. Like it makes no difference. I'm not.
It makes
saying,
a
like,
huge.
Oh,
If
he
you're saying
forced
that,
me to go to his place. I'm not saying that. Like I was.
if you're
frickin'
saying
blacked out, wasted, and
but
I
you
had.
but okay, so you were blacked.
I had.
You
gone
weren't
to
blacked out
other
wasted
men's-
because you weren't blacked out
other
wasted.
men's
You remembered
places before.
You weren't blacked out wasted because you
and I-
remembered that he asked you if you wanted to come back with him, and you said yes. So you weren't blacked out, and you weren't so wasted that you didn't remember that.
Let's bury the hatchet from our previous argument by continuing the argument all over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been blacked out wasted. I made some pretty terrible decisions in my lifetime. I mean, it happens. It happens.
Yeah,
but
fortunately for us, we never fucking raped anybody.
These are the girls that go poop right after sex and don't even care to hide it, you know? They're just like so open about it.
Wow. Wow.
Boy,
Wow.
that's nasty work, man. That's nasty work.
That was so oddly specific. I feel like you've had experience.
Yeah, that's dirty business. That's dirty business.
I feel you, big bro. I feel you. I feel you.
I have you been blacked out drunk before? I know.
Yeah.
I know when we did this, when you grilled me last time about my rape story, you said, "Oh yeah, I've been drunk before," and then later you're like, "Actually, I've never been drunk."
Well,
you-
I
you
mean,
lied.
I've blacked out once.
Now that's a clip for the ages right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you really have no experience about drinking out at bars with people, like,
I don't go to a lot of
social
bars.
sit-
No.
Yeah. Well, I
What's the
did when I was
difference?
21.
Are you saying that being around people makes you more wasted if
21,
you drink more
21.
alcohol?
No, I'm just saying you don't understand the minutia of a social interaction at a bar, and that's why you're finding.
Damn, Grace. You don't get the nuance, Grace. But she's right. It happens. You be at a bar and you're totally fine, and then next thing you know it's the next day and you're like, yo, what the fuck just happened on that
EBT,
shit?
did you get diddled, bro? Do you need to tell us something?
Okay, well maybe
Are you trying to tell us something, bro?
I could tell you a real fucked up story.
You know
if
what's
want
funny
that.
is guys could probably talk to each other about that. But yo, I got diddled.
No, I don't know if I got diddled or not, but like man. So I came back up here to Chicago to get the no, I can't tell the story actually. I can't tell the story. Anyways.
Don't tell the story. Don't tell. Don't overshare.
Why and how he asked me to go home with him when I had like 7 to 9 shots of Jaeger. Like,
Okay, wait. Let me ask you a question. Because
a lot of
I am
time people
inexperienced with social
people
situations.
go to people's houses afterwards for like a nightcap or like the after
Not by
party.
themselves. Not by themselves. Not two people, a man and a woman, go back for just a nightcap.
I mean, back then it
Let me-
was very common.
Let me ask you a question.
I mean,
Let me
after
ask you a
COVID,
question.
I don't know if people are.
Let me
doing
ask you a
that. I
question.
don't do that now. But.
Let me ask you a question. When he asked you back to his place, did you think that he wanted to have sex with you? That he intended to have sex with you?
Probably, but I was in the mindset, like I said before, of getting into a bed with a guy and fooling around and then passing out and not having sex with them.
But did you? Okay, so that was your.
So that was what I was expecting.
That was your
to
intent.
happen.
But do you
Mhm.
understand how male your doctor's assistant, physician's assistant? You understand?
Okay, guys. This is what I was talking about. So, so Grace thinks it's an actual medical. Grace thinks that blue ball is an actual medical condition that a male gets when he's aroused, and that it
of how what the INTJs or E.
I've ever seen one that shit. Your name is Chuck, right? And this is his cousin talking, or whoever the stripper was.
Damn, Tennessee, how did you get that?
Your name is Chuck, right? You wanna
Could
fuck,
be.
right? I love it.
I only pull
I
that one
don't
out on
play.
special occasions. Now go
That's you. That's you, Crispy.
That's
ahead.
a
You were
good
doing
one.
something. Tarek, you were talking about how you would never
Tarek
disrespect.
is sucking on something, and I hate to ask what it is.
It's his jaws moving that he
Would
claimed.
you
Yeah,
guys let
you know
Tarek
what? Here,
continue
hold on. I'm gonna cam up for you because you're so stupid, Cynthia. When you
Wait a minute. I thought you said I'm motivated women.
hold on. Let me explain something to Cynthia. Let me explain something to Cynthia so she can understand the facts. This way we don't go that route because you have tried everything to fucking bash me and everything.
Tried everything.
Tara,
All right,
don't
let
do
me
that.
explain something to you.
That's not very
Do you-
nice.
Okay, but let me explain something to you. Do you fast, Cynthia? I fast. Okay, and I also do carpentry and I was chewing tobacco. Hold on a second. I was chewing tobacco. Do you understand what that means? I was trying to put it under my lip and I didn't want to spit it on live TV. So if you
This
ever
is a
think,
freak.
Okay.
Yeah.
but
All
that,
right.
telling her to shut up is worse than spitting the
Whatever your addiction you're fighting, that's your fight. I wish
All
you
right, now I have an addiction. No problem. We'll go with that.
well on your recovery.
No
Well-
problem, Cynthia. We'll go with your another lie. No big deal.
I don't think you have an addiction. I think though that but saying shut up to her on that doesn't. That,
All right,
that
you know
makes-
what? That was
doesn't
not
make
good.
You look good.
All right, I agree with you.
Unbecoming. Yeah.
Crispy, I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. Even-
I
Thank
knew
you.
what was
Yes.
up with this dude when he popped up here talking crazy about Cresto and Fatty.
Dude, what do you? Are you gay or something? Are they your lovers or what's going on with you here? Why are you defending them so bad?
Well,
Like
why
you're
would
like
you
you're
take
married.
That's you.
Angle. Why would you
Where
take?
you
Where
don't-
the fuck do you find these people?
I don't even know why me and Resto are going at it. There's a history. That's why.
Why do you take that angle?
Because you don't know why me and Resto are going at it
I don't
because
give
you're
a
so
fuck
fucking
about
dumb.
why you and Resto are doing anything, you piece of shit. Why do you take it as some kind of gay angle?
Because that's you've been talking
If you
about.
can't pick up with the
cock, dick,
stigma, then don't be a freak.
I'm talking about the fatty from last night.
I'll stop disrupting with my awesome, fucking, fantastic clip. Dan. Go ahead.
Or just
No,
don't
you
give it
good, you
sound
good, you
bite. Like just do the pictures.
Let this weirdo motherfucker who got an oral fixation and wants something in his mouth tell me about how somehow I'm gay.
Why are you letting it bother you? If you're not gay, let it go.
Nothing bothers me, sir. I just
It
know
seems
that
like you're
you
triggered.
give a fuck. That's why you keep jumping back to respond. But
No, you
explain
seem like you're
yourself, you
triggered.
piece of shit. Tell me how the fuck you think I'm gay because you keep sucking on your tongue.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what?
That was
I-
very,
actually, I was-
that
I
was
was,
totally on cue, wasn't it, Will?
Yeah, that was perfect.
Be respectful. Let's just be respectful. But
Crispy, I agree with you, and I'm gonna apologize to Cynthia.
Of
Cynthia,
course-
I didn't
of
mean to tell you to
course
shut up.
you
That was
agree
not-
with her.
Would you shut the fuck up for a second so I can apologize to
Whoa. You
Cynthia?
shut the fuck up for a
You
second.
What a
You got
fucking
his
bitch.
pussy whipped.
Cynthia,
Yeah, he
Cynthia,
fucking whipped
I
for sure.
apologize for
Yeah,
telling you to shut up.
nobody
I'm not
can
using my
fucking
character.
survive.
If this motherfucker would stop talking
Is
so I
that
can
a fucking
apologize to you,
clock in your
that would be
avatar?
nice.
You wanna
But he's
slip
so
down your
fucking
throat?
drunk.
Holy shit, oh my god. That shit's corny as fuck. Stop it.
You look,
Get some help.
you got to be a little tougher than that. You got to be a little tough around 90s.
Connect to the
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, get that ghetto shit out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, call me daddy. Yeah, call me daddy.
Why is this bitch there? Sharik,
Call
I
me
like
daddy.
women. Sharik,
Call
I
me
like
daddy.
I'm not talking to you no
Yeah.
more. Get off my
Cynthia,
nutsack. Get off of my nutsack.
He's a 1 minute guy. He's a 1 minute guy. 1 minute max.
Why would another man?
You're really doing.
Why would another man talk about another man's
Christy, your
time
student's
limit?
not past it.
Again,
Masturbation.
I mean,
Who the
I
hell's
find
sucking cock on the show? That's
Right.
what I want to know.
Derek, it's Terry.
I'm eating pistachios. Let me stop eating pistachios. I'm sorry.
Derek, you know he got that jaw problem.
see, look at that. The motherfucker got nuts in his mouth.
I can't eat
he
pistachios
just
now.
said he's got the tobacco leaf or whatever he's chewing. So
A dumbass. Okay, let me say something. A dumbass would be on drugs, for example, and would be on a panel with his face and everything. Just to let you know, that would be a dumb move for anybody to do.
Unless you don't care. Like, what? Why would
Well,
that
I
be?
do care.
What about
Yes.
the eyes cut?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, but I do care. No.
Needs to be relieved, or else the male is going to be under some kind of great pain or something. This is where this starts, and this is where it gets really fucked up.
Dan, and you understood then, because you were 21, how male physiognomy works, correct?
Physiognomy?
Mm-hmm. So when a man,
what's physiognomy?
when a man becomes erect, when his penis is filled with blood.
Physiology?
Hey, yo, what?
His, yeah, it's physiology. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, Grace fucked that up. Physiognomy is like Nazi.
I think Pineal needs some help with that.
You know, judging somebody
That's
by their
Nazi dog whistle for nose.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, pay attention. This is where it gets fucked up.
When his penis fills with blood,
there
is a certain pain that he experiences if he does not ejaculate once.
That's not true,
he
Grace.
becomes erect. Is that correct or not?
That is incorrect.
When a man begins engaging in physical intercourse with a woman, within sexual intercourse, there's a difference between men and
So she's saying that blue balls justifies aggression to get it done.
It just watches Grace. Grace is 100%.
I can't tell if she's serious or like.
No,
like,
I don't know if she's
if she's
Grace-
doing this for engagement. Then
somebody stick a finger up your vagina is not. Having somebody kiss you is not.
I like having sex. I like being.
Wait, but you're not.
It's fun.
You're drawing the sacred line at.
So
literal-
having.
Wait, Aphrodite.
Grace is right though.
Hold on. You're drawing the line at physical at penetration, but you're saying that he's welcome to stick a finger in you. That's
didn't
not
say
sacred.
anybody's welcome.
Is yes, you did. I can roll back the tape. You said he's welcome to play with my boobs or stick a finger in me.
I don't think I said.
But I wasn't expecting to have sex. Okay. Do you think it's okay?
Oh my god. How much longer am I gonna watch this shit? Whoops, my bad.
I didn't say any fucking thing about colors, you piece of shit.
Man.
Oh, you're obviously very drunk. Yeah, you're probably very drunk. You don't get it now.
Can you guys just be respectful of one another, please?
Yeah, I'm just gonna ghost them. I'll ghost you. Don't worry. I won't even interact with them.
Yeah. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Can't spell. It's gonna be all right. I see her rocking. She's looking uncomfortable.
Wait 1 second. I can appreciate.
I see it. I see it. It's gonna be all right.
I want to give him some props.
Hello,
I
Kitty.
can appreciate. Wait, Vic, 1 second. I can appreciate when a man will be the smaller man.
Right? Listen, he just said he wasn't gonna mess with you.
Yeah, I like that he's being a smaller man. Yeah,
now.
shout out to the smaller man.
Well, just let it go. You don't need to instigate. If he's gonna just not engage, then don't like rub it in like that. That's not cool.
That's the best.
Crispy, you got to look. You got to be a little tougher than her. You got to be a little tough around 90s.
Connect to the black part. And I flip the
90s is gonna do what 90s do. 90s is gonna do what.
90s ain't gonna deal with. He's gonna no, sir. He's not gonna just wants to deal with
Crispy.
Me, I
Crispy. I understand.
No, Crispy, I've been off you. I'm not saying nothing to you at all. I don't know why you.
I know that she get real uncomfortable.
In front of a man, let that pussy speak for itself. The only
now I'm a pussy, right?
all over. I will never be as good as Lindsay.
Hey, no.
Did you call him a vagina?
You call me a pussy when you know for a fact.
Now that you call that man a vagina.
All right, no problem. Yeah, but you know for a fact, if me and you ever like scrapped, it'll be 1 second.
Oh, here we go.
It won't take you more than 1 punch.
What the fuck is scrap?
I mean, I
Look
don't
like
think
this
that
bitch
that's ever
said,
gonna
"Don't leave
happen.
me alone."
Like,
Yes.
That means he
shut
wants
up,
to.
nerd.
He want to fight.
Leave me alone, you fucking dweeb. I'll pull your fucking shorts over your fucking.
Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
So what does that make me?
A
A
that
virgin.
makes you mixed. I guess. I don't know. Are you
I'm
a
asking
Pacific
Nitis. I'm asking
Islander?
Nitis, though. I'm asking Nitis. What does that make me? He
Yeah.
was blacker than you are. He was blacker than you are.
Yeah, that's the what do you call them?
Pacific
The
Islanders.
Pacific Islanders.
go ahead, Knight. Answer the question, dude.
From North Africa.
What's the point?
No, answer the question. Don't be a bitch. Answer the question.
What does that make me? What am I?
You're an idiot.
Hey, like,
What's the point?
don't call men bitches or women bitches. That's like
Okay.
weird.
What is the point?
I'm doing it
here?
on purpose, Crispy. I would never call women bitches. I'm doing it to him on purpose.
I've been past that, bitch. But what is the point?
Because you obviously you got a bit of an issue with white people. You got a bit of an issue with white people.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, he's a racist.
You got a massive issue with white people. You got a massive
Only
chip on
one
your
race.
shoulder. I'm gonna offer you some salt for
It's
that chip.
only
but-
one racist human race. So what's your point about somebody being blacker? You mean in
What?
skin
So
tone?
why-
Nitish is not,
hang on.
Nitish
Why
is
you-
not
why
a
you-
racist. He's
you
just
mean
a
in skin
Nitish.
tone?
Nitish is not racist.
No. I'm
Nitish
asking
is not
you.
racist.
I'm asking Z07, whatever his name. Do you mean in skin tone he's darker than me?
Yeah, more
What's your
melanated.
point? What's your point?
Nitish is not a racist. Nitish
what
is
does
just
it-
a Nitish. He's
What does
just
that mean?
We'll take it on face value. Go ahead.
I'm not racist at all. I don't even understand
All
what
right.
you're doing now. But what is your point about somebody being darker
If
than
you're
me?
not racist, why do you identify then? Why do
I
you put with why do you say that white men will be sat here thinking that they're superior to you? and
Yeah,
all that?
ask it. Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Where did all that absolute
Because I'm an
horse shit
American,
come from?
and I'm an American, and I grew up in this melting pot. And a lot of my
Mm-hmm.
friends, some of them was white, and they told me the thing that triggers white people is to compare them to white trash. So if you compare them to like trailer park people, meth addicts, and that kind of shit, that
That
kind of
don't
triggers
bother-
them.
that
I
doesn't
say that
bother us.
kind of shit because I think that it's effective.
No, it's like it gives it's as much effective as calling us a honky. That shit doesn't. Like,
I
nobody
never said
cares about
honky
that
though.
word.
Why would you bring that up?
Because that's just the same. That's the same thing. Like saying white trash and saying honky. It's just not. It doesn't. Nobody cares about those words. It's not
So
like.
why did
"Ooh,
you
we're
bring
real
it up
offended
if
by
you
'em."
don't care about it?
No, we're not offended by those words.
No.
and I
Why
don't
did you
think it's
bring it up if you don't care about it? Is my
He's
question.
trying to make a point. You're
You
drunk.
brought it
Fuck.
up, and I said that, and I was.
Listen, you piece of shit. I'll take on all three of y'all since y'all all trying to form like Voltron. We do not care about honky, and my family is blacker than. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Well, you obviously don't understand what we're talking about. You're not coherent.
Listen, you fucks. Let me help y'all out a little bit. Let me slow this down for a second.
Go ahead, please.
Punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucking.
Let me break it down for y'all a little bit. I'm on Flo State's channel. Flo is right?
Mm-hmm.
I like Flo.
He's not always right, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, white. He's white.
I can help you out a little.
I think that's right. Go ahead.
You're just saying shit at this point, and Crispy wants to help you.
Hold
'cause
on.
she
What
know you
about
don't have enough
my felony, my
testosterone,
subwoofers, my
full of
earrings? They don't
pressure,
get me
man.
nothing.
Because you're over the age of 35, you pussy. You got a bunch of nuts in your mouth. And this man down here want to tell me about the people in my family that's darker than you. What kind of racist shit is that?
No, you're the one that sat there saying that because the white man was sat there thinking he was superior to you. You're the one that did it. You're the one that fucking said it.
Exactly.
You're the one that brought race up, and you're the one that
that
That's
spoke about
exactly
it
what
in
I
a
said.
Nice,
derogatory and
nice,
Exactly
racist
what
way.
I said.
nice. You can't
Tell
use
me
flow
how.
state
Wait,
because
one
of flow
second.
state.
Tell me.
Flow state
Tell
belong
me
to us.
something.
He's an
Tell me
outcast.
something.
He belong to us.
Wait,
He's one
Rick,
of
one
us.
second. I want to talk to D07 since he brought this up. That's exactly what I said. I want to hear a competitive argument that can contradict what I said.
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
And listen, if you respect Flo, then you need to make sure that you stay
Flo could
that you
drop me
respect his
when I
channel.
said the first thing that I said.
I'm asking you to
Flo,
respect his channel and don't
me and Flo,
violate
Why
TOS.
don't you let her finish her
I
question?
think me and Flo have a good enough relationship to where I'm a content creator too. I'm not finna say nothing over here that's
You
gonna
already
ding this
did.
channel or anything
You
else.
already
But I
did.
will challenge these fucks up here trying to make me a racist because I'm having fun. Talking,
No.
it's the
But you
So,
already
dream.
so
did.
if I were to do
He's
if I were to do the
racist.
same thing, if I were to do the same thing but use the opposite, the relevant terms for a black man, but in a racist, derogatory way like that, or in a but I'm just having fun.
I would love for
I'm
you
just
to
having fun.
I would
with it.
love.
It's just
Listen. Let me respond. I would love for you to come to the Knights Lair and do that, please.
Here's
I'm
the
not right.
thing.
I'm
is
not.
like,
I can't be fucked with this whole. Like I'm actually. I agree with you. There's the human race. That's all there is the human race.
Mhm.
We're like dogs.
But if you
We're
want
like different breeds of dog.
Lair
A
and say
Dalmatian
whatever
is
it
not a
you're
fucking
saying right now, I
Chihuahua.
would appreciate that because I can make some money from that.
yeah,
I
but
need.
See, that's all he cares
Christopher,
about. Yeah.
I need
nobody
an
is.
antagonist.
Yeah, I'm not going to
You
come
don't
on
let
and help you make
anybody
money though.
If you wouldn't mind, if you're comfortable with coming over,
One of the best ways to drain people's energy nowadays is via the internet. This woman is a astrophysicist. Actually, this is not how space works. Read a book. Now I just wait for the comments to come in. Hey, can you mansplain any louder? Yeah, sure. These are all different accounts that I have set up. The energy you get this way isn't quite as pure, but if you do enough of it, it'll fill you up. Shanghai sucked. Where was the Chinatown? Jason Mraz is just too weird for me. Jesus actually hates horses. Childhood obesity, LMFO. When they call you a dumbass, you know you've got them. They called me a dumbass. Women are getting too tall. Yeah. You can drain their energy via social media without having to even be near them. That is racist. You're correct. It is. Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, they hate me.
It's surprisingly simple to get total strangers completely furious with you.
They should get a life.
hey Flo, do you think they're starting to like me over here? That's why they haven't kicked me yet.
I think so.
No, I can kick you for the whole night if I wanted to, but I want the interaction. That's why.
The first time I met Nightish, he has the first thing he says to me, he says, "Why do your people fuck farm animals?" And I ignored him.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah. Why do your people ask Flow State? Why does his people fuck farm animals?
People from Kansas?
White people.
Is that where? Wait. Is Flo from Kansas?
Yeah.
Yes, idiot.
See, here go to ad hominems.
Because you should know.
No,
You
it's
should
just
know
that
by
he
now.
doesn't- He comes on and then he doesn't ever let anybody finish a sentence or speak. You interrupt everybody, and then you always bring up race every single time that you're in here.
Yes.
Bring up race every
Very
single
true.
time. Nobody brings up race except for you, and then everything that anybody says to you.
Oh, have you been around Joe Cool?
Hey, hold on, Crispy. You told me the same thing the last time I was up here.
It's the same thing for you.
I tried to deflect for you too.
You brought up race too. The same thing goes. Nobody does that. You haven't been doing it since I mentioned that, but you did that whole night, and I think everybody would agree.
I'd even put it as far as to say that it only ever gets brought up in a conversation, but like Yeah,
It
it's always
never
the,
gets
it's
brought
always,
up.
it's
Come
always the
on,
colour-
let's
it's always the
be
co- it's
honest.
always
Let's.
it's always the darker skinned person that brings it up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
For
No,
me,
it's not about.
only in
Look,
my experience, like
it's not about race with me. But you know, when we walk into the saloon, and the saloon is saturated with a different race of people, we know it's gonna happen. Race is
don't
gonna
listen.
come up.
I went in in
It's almost like
1997.
a
I went into a
self-fulfilling
club.
prophecy.
What's that?
So, but it don't bother. I don't get into that. It's all right.
I went
Yeah,
into a
thank you,
club.
Flow State. You have cured autism somehow.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing obesity.
Thank you, Flow State, for making me a woman.
Everyone's
Wait a
feelings
minute,
are
Crispy
respected
Tree
and
used to be a
valued
man?
here. We value all of your feelings, sentiments, concerns, fears, anxieties, all these things we care about here at Flow
You
State.
value
Right.
that?
Yeah. This is the trust tree.
Oh,
I,
okay.
You
I
need
get it.
something depending on, you can count on me.
Safe space.
Goddamn, Flo.
So wait a minute, let me understand this because it's important for me to learn because I'm young in the mind based on what somebody said earlier. So Crispy Tree used to be a man in Flow State.
No, what? No, I didn't used to be a man. You obviously you understand what was being said. Like you're not like a simpleton. You understand. I wasn't a man. I said thank you for making me.
You think that's interesting? Well, Flow State cured my paralysis twice.
He's magical.
Who's magical?
Wait, 1 second. Crispy Tree, what makes him magical?
I mean, look at all the things that he was able to do. He cured Rose's paralysis. He made me a woman.
Oh, I see where you're going. This.
So if you
And
Wait, Vic, 1 second. One last question to Crispy Tree. Is it because he's a white man?
Here we go with the race again. Oh.
Yes, it is.
Nothing. There's not. There's.
What's up? Hey guys, what's up? It's Chris. What's up, guys? I just took a dab. Okay. This is Chris here. I've been running the Sam Hyde
Joe Rogan Contact Center. It's basically been my job for the past year and a half. So line up cameo guests, buy targeted ads.
Where in Texas Joe Rogan lives, and anything Joe Rogan or finding Joe Rogan related things I basically handle. So I started to asking myself, is this money well spent? You decide.
Holy moly, Sam Hyde. Is that you? Got a very important message from a guy named Joe Rogan. I don't know Joe, but you've got to put him on your show. He doesn't know how to convince you, but he tells me you've played Chocolate Rain clips more than once. And in the very heartfelt words of Joe, this is him speaking to me, just help me, man. I know you will be the one that makes him crack.
I want to be on the Sam Hyde podcast.
So please take those very sincere, heartfelt words from Joe and you got to put Joe Rogan on your show. Congratulations, Joe. Please enjoy the gospel of Sam Hyde and good luck.
Joe Rogan. Sam Hyde has a special type of weed that you've never smoked, and he got it from aliens. You believe in aliens, Joe? You know, the government tried to cover up the existence of this weed strain, but there's only one blunt of that special alien weed dope, man. And Sam wants to share it with you, man. Save a little bit for me, man. Give me a call, Joe. Let me go back on your show. I had a good time, man. I know I pissed a lot of your gun rights guys off, but hey, that's show business, isn't it? Nice talking to you, Joe. Take care.
Joe, what's going on, bud? Randy Couture again. Sam Hyde is really working hard to try and get on your show, brother. You got a lot of fans. I mean, myself included, everybody loves your show. The honesty, the integrity, willing to stand up and say the things that maybe a lot of other people don't want to say. I think that's kick-ass. He's definitely pushing. He's got Lennox Lewis and a whole bunch of other guys doing messages. You know what? Give the guy a whirl. Give him a shot. Who knows? Could be the best guest you ever had. Take care, brother.
Hello, freak bitches. I got a phone call this morning from Sam Hyde, and he said that you're afraid of him. You don't want him on your show. You're scared. You got some cushy investors now, and you don't want to have him on your show. You're afraid of a real champion. I told him, no way. I don't believe that. Not Joe Rogan. He's always in great shape. And then I looked at the number of how much money you're making, and I'm like, you fat bastard! Woo-wee! Anyway, how are you going to tell everybody that you're not cushy, that you're not getting soft? What are you going to do? Show them that you're a real champion, Joe. Let them know. Because everybody's thinking you're soft out there. I don't believe it, but that's the whisper, buddy. Now, show them that you're a real champion. Tell Mr. Sam Hyde that you're not as scared. You're not afraid. Ha ha ha.
Hey, major shout out for real to Mr. Lennox Lewis, taking practically all day on a Tuesday on the phone, fucking around on the phone, trying to get Joe's people on, Lennox's people trying to get Joe's people. Lennox, man, I got nothing else to say. You didn't have to do that. Thank you very much. I hope your family's doing well with all the COVID nonsense. And what else is there to say? Legend.
Sipping Fiji water, no Aquafina. I'ma be that Fantano, don't care about subpoena. Your favorite songs by Dua Lipa. Old boy with a fupa. I see ya. I'ma mute to Fantano for grabbing me. Tweeting at me, but the nigga ain't at it. Put him in the headlock. He started stabbing me. He kinda tickled. I thought he was mad at me. He falling off. Gravity. Feeling Fantano with love like a cavity. Tweeting all day with Matt Vanity. I get the pistol and handle it. I just made it how it had to be. If I was Fantano, I'd be suicidal. I'd be like Kurt, my lips on the rifle. If I was Fantano, I'd get me a rifle. I killed Fantano, right hand on the Bible. Fuck Fantano, cause that nigga sucks. Zula is matter and counting the bucks. I see Fantano, I'm fucking him up. He got a small head, it look like a nut.
You dressed like a little boy, playing peekaboo. Whoever told you it was funny, he was geeking fool. If I had a plane, I would crash it straight into you. If I had one wish, it would be to turn into you.
How you a critic and they sell no records? There's a bag of a record, you set the world record.
I'ma do him my world star, make sure that you record. Do him al dente, he need dental record.
I'ma hold him down while you shoot at his teeth. Quick, hold him up, I'ma shoot at his knees. Shoot at his balls, I don't want him to pee. I think he's a mummy, why won't he bleed? Catch that nigga, ride him like a steed. Popping the perk and I'm smoking on weed. Kidnapping his wife, he signed the deed. His head's real small, look like a bead. Big ass back would look like a tree. I'm specking Fantana like he's over knee.
I went to my doctor to get extra tea. He said you was there for gender surgery. You got an egg-shaped penis like Epstein. You gotta tell your wife stop texting. Why you on Instagram flexing? You get all your swag from Etsy. Days you die, said Betsky. I'm in Mason Marcello and Balenciaga. You in the gamer chair eating Cheeto chips.
Rockin' designer, you never seen this shit. Rockin' Balenciaga, you rockin' some foolish shit. I'm on me back, I bought the whole dealership. I drop by your house, nigga, you never seen the way head is real small. Just like your penises. Send me this orange to air out of grievances.
If that didn't work, so we about to start beating shit. I'm saying shit once, nigga. I ain't repeating shit. Also small, they like some little penis. I'm saying shit once, nigga. I ain't repeating shit.